special way. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. We are keeping Yahuwah laws in our enemies' land to revolt their curse. Shabbat, 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 Shabbat. He promised that he would gather us from the land of the enemies called Babylon. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. We are looking forward to the gathering of the saints of Yah to the new Jerusalem. Shabbat, 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 Shalom. Shabbat, Shalom. We will reign with him for 1,000 years in that great old kingdom of Yah for the whole world to see. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shemaiah Israel, Yahuwah is one. Let's celebrate him now, for the battle is already won. Oh, yes it is. Whoa, Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat, Shalom. I Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mizraim. The same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mountain. And Shemaiah went up unto Elohim, and Yah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mizraimites, and how I broke people's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a Kodesh nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Yasharel.
According to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies, blot out our transgressions. Wash us thoroughly from our iniquity and cleanse us from our sins. For we acknowledge our transgressions, and our sins are ever before us. Against you and you alone, Yahweh, have we sinned and done this evil in your sight, that you might be justified when you speak and be clear when you judge. Behold, we were shapen in iniquity, and in sin did our imams conceive us. Behold, you desire truth in the inward part, and in the hidden part you shall make us to know wisdom. Purge us, Father Yah, with hyssop, and we shall be clean. Wash us, and we shall be whiter than snow. Make us to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from our sins and blot out all of our transgressions. Create in us a clean heart, O Yahweh, and renew a right spirit within us. Cast us not away from your presence, Father, and take not your Holy Spirit from us. Restore unto us the joy of your salvation, and uphold us with your free spirit. Then will we teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted unto you. Deliver us, O Yahweh, from blood guiltless, Yahweh of our salvation, and our tongues shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Yahweh, open you our lips, and our mouths shall show forth your praise. For you desire not sacrifice, else we would give it. You delight not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of Yahweh are a broken spirit, are broken in a heart of contrition. Yahweh, you will not despise. Do good in your good pleasure unto Zion, and build you the walls of Yerushalayim. And let all those, Father Yah, who at the sound of my voice believe all that which was spoken, all that which we do this day to honor you, Father Yah. Say with a loud and clear voice, hallelujah, 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 Toda Yah, Amen. Amen.
sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah. Sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah. We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Wait, my stuff. Your stuff. Okay. Sound check. Okay. What's going on? Hold on. Yeah. Stuff. Stuff. Sound. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Headphones working now. Mm, mm, mm. Let's put this on. Let's try this again. It's working now. Let's try this again. Shalom. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This might help if I move the mic over here. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. Talk about. This might help if I move the mic over. Oh, hold on a second. I think I'm getting there. I didn't have my microphone. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. Okay, let me see where I'm at here. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, all right. Man, oh man, I got echoed. Okay. All right, let's see. What's going on here? Okay. I think I got it now. Man. Technical difficulties. Talking about technical difficulties. Good gravy. All right, brothers and sisters. My goodness. Shabbat shalom. We hear. I hear you, but you're going in and out. Okay. All right. All right. Give me another mic check here. In a minute. Go ahead. Oh my goodness. This is really. Ooh, boy! I declare war, man. Maybe I'll sing a song. I just want to praise you. Lift my hands and say, I love you. You mean the world to me. And I exalt your home, your coldest name. I exalt your coldest name. I exalt your coldest name, most high. Oh, to praise you. Lift my hands and say, I love you. You mean the world to me, and I exalt your coldest name. I exalt your coldest name. I exalt your coldest name, Most High. Be exalted, Most High, above the heavens. May your coldest be over all the earth. Be exalted, Most High, above the heavens. Let your covenant be over all the earth. Ding, ding, ding. Be exalted, most high, above the heaven. Let your command be over all the earth. Be exalted, Most High, above the heaven. Let your command be over. Let your command be over. Let your command be over all the earth. All the earth. be over all the earth. All right. I feel better now. Okay. Well, brothers and sisters, pray for y'all had a good Shabbat. I was down this week. I had my knee had swollen up, and I woke up after Shabbat, had fell down. I was bowling last week with my brothers. We bowl on Thursday nights, and we get to be a little competitive. And I tell you, I was inspired, and I rolled this ball, and I slipped while I was rolling it. I slipped and fell. I fell down on the knee that I had swollen up before, and man, I'm telling you, it swelled up. When I got up, I worked Sunday, first day, and then I worked Monday. But then when Tuesday came around, oh man, it was so swollen. I couldn't walk, so I was in the bed for 2 days. Swollen knee, and also I had me to get some cayenne pepper, and some turmeric, and all different types of herbal stuff, and I mixed it in my food. And about the third day, it had went down. And then I went back out bowling Thursday again. My brother called me, my youngest brother, he was sick, so he said he wasn't going to make it. So I was like, oh, this is my way out. So I called my brother, my oldest brother, to tell him. I said, our baby brother, he said he ain't going to be able to make it. So I went ahead and went bowl anyway. Man, when I went to bowl, when I got home yesterday morning, I was sore again, but this time it wasn't my knee. It was the bottom part of my knee. So we're here today. All right. Now, I pre-recorded the Black History part of the presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and cut into that. And then also, I also pre-recorded the lesson, so I'm going to man the lesson, but I'm going to I've already done the lesson already, so I don't have to work because I had the extra time off, so I went ahead and did the editing of the lesson. So, with that said, let's do our Black History quotes. Okay, let's see. Where's my clip right here? Okay. All right. Blessed Shabbat. And this is our Black History quote section. Today, we're going to have a few quotes pertaining to the so-called Black, and I say so-called because that's the terminology that was used during the days of the 19th, 17th, and 16th centuries. So we're going to show you the Black Jews from the author of this book is Charles Forster. And the book is entitled One Primil Language. We're going to go to One Primil Language, and we're going to go to page 294. Okay. Links will be in the description. Okay. So this started out on page 297. So let's go back to 294. It says the division of these Hebrew colonists arising from physical discrepancy of the countenance and color into black and white Jews. Black and white Jews. Is now generally known, it is also known that while the white Jews deduced their origin from the colonists who fled there from Jerusalem upon the destruction of the city and the temple of Titus, the black Jews claim descent from the Israelites of captivity placed in Malabar originally by Nebuchadnezzar. So the black Jews claim descent from the ancient Israels, but the white Jews claim descent from the colonists. Okay. So let's read a little more on page 264. And it says, it is further known that the Jews of Cochin, more especially the black Jews, allude themselves to have possessed and still in part at least to retain in their possession records of their own history and of the history of their nation from the time of the Babylonian captivity to the comparatively recent period. So the black Jews, as he calls them, have a history that they maintain, an oral history. Okay. Now let's go to page 297. Let's flip over 2 pages. And page 297. And it reads on this wise. The resident Jews are divided into 2 classes called the Jerusalem or white Jews and the ancient or black Jews. The white Jews reside at this place. The black Jews have also a synagogue here, but the great body of the tribe inhabit towns in their interior of the province. Okay. So what is he saying here? He's saying that you have 2 classes, the Jerusalem Jews or white Jews and the ancient Jews or black Jews. I meant to add that this was published in 1871. Okay. Let's go to our next page. Let's go to page 300. This is in the middle where it says the black Jews. It is only necessary to look at the countenance of the black Jews to be satisfied that their ancestors must have arrived in India many ages before the white Jews. Their Hindu complexion and their very imperfect resemblance to the European Jews indicate that they have been detached from the parent stock in Judea many ages before the Jews in the West, and that there have been intermarriages with families not Israelitish. Okay. So, take away from that is that he says they have been there more ancient, right? Many more ages before the white Jews. Okay. Now, what they want to try to do, they want to try to say that that there's some relationship between the two. No, I beg to differ on that one. Let's go to the next page. Okay, this is page 301. The black Jews communicated to me much interesting intelligence concerning their brethren, the ancient Israelites. The ancient Israelites in the East, traditional indeed in its nature, but in general illustrative of the true history. Let's go to the next page. This is page 3:26. According to the Cochin manuscripts compiled from those records, the first colony of the Israelites, or Black Jews, was planted in Malabar by Nebuchadnezzar. The first colony of the white Jews was founded by refugees from Jerusalem immediately after the destruction of the city and the Second Temple by Titus. Let's go to the next page. Okay, this is page 330. We're going to go down to the subject at large. The subject at large and the point in hand receive curious light from the single expression of the Cochin manuscripts, whence it would appear both that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny or black, and that this tribe had settled in Malabar and were the true ancestors of the Black Jews. Okay. Now he goes on to say the tan or sun black Manasseh, the sun blacked or the tan or sun black Manasseh, right there. Okay. Let's go to the next page. Okay, this is the bottom of 330, and we're going to go into 331. It says, it is introduced in connection with the most ancient Jewish records, which are said to date from the time of Nebuchadnezzar, and which were spoken of as belonging to the sun black tribe of Manasseh. He says, in this one allusion, we have the parentage of the Black Jews. Okay. So he said a lot in that book. Now we're going to go to the next reference, another book. He's actually quoting from Claudius Buchanan. So I just want to show you, I'm not going to reread because actually the book that we just read was a quote from Claudius Buchanan. So I want you to see that Claudius Buchanan, who wrote in 1812, which was the early part of the 17th century, or of the, I should say, 19th century, not the end of it, as the apologists want to say the end of the 19th century was when blacks knew they were Israelites. No, this was at the beginning of the 17th century. So just to show you, this is the works of Claudius Buchanan, and this is on page 250. Okay, you'll see here it says, I have been now in Cochin or its vicinity, right? So if we skip over here, he says that the resident Jews are divided into two classes called the Jerusalem or white Jews and the ancient or black Jews. So that's Dr. Claudius Buchanan. Okay, let's go to our next reference. The next reference comes from John Beddoe, Beddoe. The title of the book is called On Physical Characteristics of the Jews. On page 224, let's see if I can zoom this in a little bit. He said, I am informed by Mr. Hodges of Bristol, who was long and missionary among the Jews in different countries, that there are no Jews in Gore or lower valley of Jordan. There is a populous settlement of ancient date at Tiberias on the low hot shore of the lake Gennesareth. But the Jews there present no striking peculiarities, certainly not black skins or crisp hair. Some of them are quite fair, right? But then he goes down, he says here, the tribe, however, was Arab, not Jewish. The complexions were not so dark as those of the Arabs. And lastly, the presence of the black slave girl suggested the probably of Negro concubine. Okay. He says they were almost as black as Negro. Let me back up here. In the connection and account of the Jews of Warregla given by Mr. Tristram in his recent published travels in the Sahara, it is deserving to mention Warregla is an oasis in the desert about north latitude 32 degrees, inhabited by a race believed by Mr. Tristram to be deeply stained with Negro blood. The Jews have been settled there for ages. They afford, say he, as interesting example of the effect of climate, which in the course of generations seems to have produced the dark color pigment. They were almost as black as Negroes, much darker than their brethren of the Imzab and the Weber, yet there was not the slightest trace of Negro features. All the lineaments were as distinctively Jewish as the clothes dealer in Handstitch. They were as dark as the black Jews of Abyssinia, whom I have seen in Jerusalem, but the hair without being woolly was grizzled and matted. Okay. Let's go to the next. You know, the interesting thing is that some of these racist writers refuse to acknowledge the truth, but they point out certain things to make you scratch your head, say, Okay, let's go to the next source. This is Hannah Adams, The History of Jews from the Destruction of Jerusalem to the Present Time. He wrote or lived between 1755 and 1831. So he started out in the 18th century and died in the 19th century. Let's go to page 458. He says the Jews were early settled in Jamaica. Let's blow this up. They were early settled in Jamaica, being attracted by the gold and silver brought into a circulation and the mild disposition of the government towards them. In the reign of William III of England, the Council of the Island addressed the Crown to expel them from the British dominions because they were descended from those who had crucified our Savior. Interesting how he puts that down. The Jews who were settled in Jamaica. So he goes to acknowledge that the Jews that were settled in Jamaica, right, were Israelites. They were the ones that were in the land, as he said, who crucified our Savior. Let's go to the next quote. Okay, our last quote is going to be from S.H. Jackson's book entitled The Jew Being a Defense of Judaism Against All Adversaries and the Attacks of Israel. This is on page 269 in the book. It says, the black Jews. It is only necessary to look at the countenance of the black Jews to be satisfied that their ancestors must have arrived in India many ages before the white Jews. Their Hindu complexion and their very imperfect resemblance to the European Jews indicates that they have been detached from the parent stock in Judea many ages before the Jews of the West. So that's actually a quote from another book. I owe you one more. Okay, so the next clip or quote, pardon me, is going to be from Charles Fox and from the Hyberman magazine, or a compendium of entertaining knowledge. This is on page 202, I believe it is. It reads, the discovery of the Gold Coast served indeed yet more to enlarge the sphere of the navigation of the Portuguese than their slave trade, but it forced them also to ensign themselves on the coast and to settle colonies in Congo, Angola, and other places which they had till then neglected. Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by his successors. King John II in 1492 expelled all the Jews to the island of St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. From these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews of Longo, who are despised even by the very Negroes, are descended. So he says that the Black Portuguese are the ancestors. Let me correct myself. The Black Portuguese Jews are the ancestors of who? The Negroes. All right. So that's going to conclude our Black History quotes for today. Prayerfully you got something out of that. And until next week, we'll close out. We might continue on with quotes since February, the Black History Month is the shortest month of the year. So just be on the lookout as we continue. So we're going to go into our Shabbat lesson. So join in as we go into our lesson for today. All right, okay. Prayerfully, y'all got something out of that presentation. How's everybody doing today? It's quiet. The Super Bowl's over. All the hoopla, football, that's all over now. So prayerfully, you all having a good Shabbat. We're gonna get ready to get into the main event. So just stand by for a second and we're going to get into the main event. Okay.
Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Are you for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All right, Shabbat Shalom, blessed Shabbat, Baruch Shabbat, happy Sabbath, Chag Sameach. Well, no, it's not Chag Sameach yet. The New Year's approaching, but we're just around the corner. Want to make sure that you all stay tuned for this lesson because we're going to cover some stuff. I'm going to play some clips in this video lesson. This is pre-recorded only because I was down this week with a knee injury. My knee swelled up, and so I had some time off from work, and it's my alarm there. And I had some time off from work, and so I elected to go ahead and do my lesson pre-recorded. And as you are watching it now, I am watching it with you, and I'm manning the board. So if you have any comments or questions, we'll take those questions. We'll address those questions in the next video. So with that said, I'm going to prepare to get started with the lesson. It works. So as we start this lesson, brothers and sisters, I wear my headset so I can listen to the recording, and so it won't cut into our microphone. So I have to do it this way. So please bear with me with my headphones on my head. And we're going to get into this lesson. I could actually put it this way, but this way it won't fall off my head. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into the lesson. Now, we're going to talk about this camp doctrine. This title of this lesson is called Edomite Camp Doctrine Destroyed, Part 3. Now, I stumbled across a video entitled From Egypt to Babylon, ... And this video is really good for our series that we're doing. So we're going to share some clips from this video. Now, of course, you can see on the screen, right? No, right here. That's Bishop Nathaniel, the founder of IUIC. We go way back. I've never met him personally, but I knew of him when I first started streaming on YouTube years ago, and I watched his organization develop and take off. Okay. So this video is not a video lesson to attack him or his movement. I'm happy that the brother has a movement. That's a wonderful thing. But it's just this doctrine about Esau. We got to deal with this doctrine because it's hindering our regathering from our lands of captivity. Okay. So with that said, we're going to go and get started. In this first clip, we're going to show you where he starts off with the history of Rome and the Roman Republic. I'm going to pause it and I'm going to interject some things as we go along the way. Okay? So let's roll the tape.
So now, during the time of Christ, Rome was ruling. So now let's talk about Rome. Write this down. Write this down. The Roman Republic was Japheth. They helped us against the Greeks in 1 Maccabees chapter 8. That was the seed of Japheth. Put it on the screen. Read that.
The Roman Republic describes the period in which the city-state of Rome existed as a republican government from 509 BCE to 27 BCE.
So now, during the time of Maccabees, that was around what? Approximately was around what? 166, right? So this was during the time of the Roman Republic. Write that down in your notes so you know.
Okay, I'm going to pause there. So now, pardon me, I don't know why I got the sniffles. I was just sneezing a minute ago. But anyway, he's trying to distinguish a difference between the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire. So he just stated that the Roman Republic was, as he says, Japheth, right? Okay. I say Japheth. No big deal. He is distinguishing the Roman Republic from the Roman Empire. So his thesis he's going to share as we go forward in this lesson is that the Roman Republic are the descendants of Japheth and the Roman Empire are the Edomites. That's how he's going to distinguish the difference between Rome, because you gotta comprehend that the reason they're doing this is because we're digging into Rome and we're showing them that Rome was an establishment before there was an Edomite kingdom. So when more information is brought out to expose the falsehood of the doctrine of Esau's Rome, they want to distinguish the difference between the republic versus the empire. Now, he's falling short in doing that because all the sources he's going to quote to point to Esau being Rome doesn't distinguish a time between the Roman Republic versus the Roman Empire. So we're going to look at Encyclopedia Britannica to see if they agree with his statement that the Roman Republic was Japheth, or as he said, and the Roman Empire was Esau. So let's go into Encyclopedia Britannica, and they have an article stated, how was the Roman Empire different from the Roman, how was the Roman Republic's different from the Roman Empire? It says the main difference between the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire was that the former was a democratic society and the latter was run by only one man. Okay. Also, the Roman Republic was in an almost constant state of war, whereas the Roman Empire first 200 years were relatively peaceful. So that's the difference. So his statement that the Roman Republic was Japheth is not accurate. Okay. So the reason for doing it, like I said, this is damage control, because I can show you historically where they attribute the foundation. And we'll cover that because he's going to read something from one of the books and we're going to cover that then. But the foundation of Rome wasn't founded by Esau. We're going to show you that as we get to that part. Okay. So let's go back into the video.
Read.
One of the earliest examples of representative democracy in the world.
Now, read 1 Maccabees 8:1 real quick.
The book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 8, verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men.
That was the seed of Japheth. The seed of Japheth. That's what they would call today the Minoans, Samoans. I'm not talking about the ones that's mixed with us today, but back in the past before they mixed with us.
So he's making the Japheth be the Minoans, as he said, Samoans of today. Let's take a look at that and see what we can glean from that, okay? Okay, now I'm going to play back what he just said about who the seed of Japheth was, and then we're going to test that theory out first, okay? So let's go back to the video and let's play this clip right here.
The seed of Japheth. That's what they would call today the Minoans, Samoans. I'm not talking about the ones that's mixed with us today, but back in the past before they mixed with us. All right.
So he said Minoans and Samoans. So let's do this real quick. Let's go to a link here, and let's just do an AI real quick, and then we'll look at some other stuff, right? Okay, so he says that the Minoans came from Rome. Okay, so we'll see what the scholar says here. Okay, so now AI says, I asked AI, the Minoans came from the Neolithic population that settled in Crete around 9,000 years ago. So now, from a time stamp, that can't be possible for them to be Romans or Yefeth, because you're talking about 9,000 years. And we're going to show you in this lesson that Rome was established way later than that. So those people that predated, as he want to say, Esau, was not Minoans, right? Minoans come from another place, the Neolithic population from, it says, near Crete, 9,000 years ago. Let's just pull this up a little further, see what it says. DNA analysis of ancient remains from Crete found that the Minoans were most genetically similar to people from Western and Northern Europe. Okay, so if the DNA analysis says they are more similar to people from Western and Northern Europe, then how is it that they're Esau if Esau was a so-called white man, and you said the Minoans were the original Roman Republic? It doesn't hold water. Let's go to another link here real quick, okay? Since they mentioned about ancient DNA. Okay, this says here, ancient DNA reveals origins of the Minoans and the Mycenaeans, right? The Minoan civilization and its counterpart, where are my glasses? I need my glasses here real quick. And the counterpart of Greek mainland and the Mycenaean civilization were Europe's first literate societies, ancestors of later classical Greece. However, the question of its origins of the Minoans and their relationship to the Mycenaeans has long puzzled researchers. So he says the relations between the Mycenaeans and the Minoans has puzzled the researchers. A paper published today in Nature suggests that rather than being recently arrived advanced outsiders, the Minoans had deep roots in the Aegean. The primary ancestors of both Minoans and Mycenaeans were populations from Neolithic Western Anatolia and Greece. And the two groups were very close related to each other and to modern Greeks. How about that? So much for them being Romans, right? Okay. Now, let's continue. The Minoans and the Mycenaeans occupy an important place in Greece and Europe history. Minoan civilization 2600 to 1100 BC has been described as the first literate society in Europe with their Linear A script, because Linear A and the hieroglyphic scripts used on Crete were never deciphered. The origins of the language they represented are not clear, but it is thought to be distinct from early Greek. The Minoan Crete is the setting for many Greek legends and immediately conjures imagine that Labyrinth and Minotaur, the Mycenaean civilization 1700 to 1050 BC, originated in mainland Greece, eventually controlling the nearby islands, including Crete. Let me back that up again, right? Okay. What did I do? I'm not sure if I hit a button here. Let's see. So the DNA research proves that the Minoans, right, predated the Roman Empire, and so they were not, the people today are not ancient Italians, as our brother just tried to throw out there. Okay, so I'm not sure if I skipped through something because I was processing something and I think I might have hit the wrong button. But so if I appear to be repeating myself, just kind of, I'm gonna do it real briefly. Okay, so I actually opened up by reading this passage here where it says the Minoans came from the Neolithic population that settled in Crete 9,000 years ago. DNA analysis suggests that the Minoans were indigenous Europeans who are most similar to modern European populations. So they're similar to the modern population, which means that they're not, the modern European populations today are not Esau, because if they're Esau and these Minoans are similar to the modern European populations, then they can't be Shemitic, so they can't be Esau. The Europeans can't be Esau by default, because if the Minoans are related to the Europeans, then, and you're saying that the Minoans were the original Japheth, but they're related to the Europeans, then they can't possibly be separate. The Romans and Greeks can't be Esau and the Minoans be the original Japheth if the DNA research says that they are related to the Europeans, right? Okay. Now, the camps don't like DNA because DNA debunks the Edomite doctrine all day long. Okay. So no, you can't make them. Now, the second clip I went to, or second link I went to, was the ancient DNA. So ancient Minoan civilization, its counterparts on the Greek mainland, the Mycenaean civilization were Europe's first literate society. So they were Europeans, right? So the Europeans today are the same relatives to the Minoans today. They're not. They're not. Japheth, or as they like to say, the original Japheth were black. The same people from Japheth, right? Okay. Now, something here that I wanted to read. Down here, if you look at this, it says here that modern Greeks closely related to ancient Mycenaeans. Modern Greeks. So Greeks of today, those that you label as Esau, he says, this article says that they are related to the Mycenaeans, okay? While they are not identical to the Bronze Age populations, modern Greeks are genetically close related to the Mycenaeans, right? This suggests that there has been a large degree of population continuity in Greece, but it has not been isolated. It's remarkable how the ancestry of the first European farmers in Greece and other parts of Southern Europe, but this does not mean that the populations were completely isolated. Okay, so the findings help to clarify some aspect of relationship in Bronze Age Greece, but leave other questions open. The scientists hope to clarify the time period of this possible new influx of Eastern genetic heritage and logistic of the arrival of Northern steppe heritage, slowly over time or in mass migration in future research. Okay, so takeaway from that is that these Minoans that he used as a reference, they weren't related to the Romans or Italians, as he tried to push that to make them the Roman Republic. They were never even in Rome. Okay. Now, so with that said, he dealt with the Minoans. So I want to go to, he said Samoa. Okay. So let's do this here real quick. I asked a question here, and the question was, did the Samoans come from Italy? And it came back, no, Samoans did not come from Italy. The people of Samoa are Polynesian ancestry, and are believed to have migrated from Southeast Asia to the islands thousands of years ago, making their way there by boat, not from Italy. So, no, Bishop. The Minoans, Samoans, Mycenaeans, or any of the other people that you want to make to be Italians were never there. Now, the Etruscans were there. I wonder why you didn't go and try to visit that. Okay, now the Etruscans were people of color. The Etruscans were more related to, and we'll cover that in this lesson, if not in another lesson. They were more closely related to the Canaanites and the Phoenicians. So I wonder why you didn't reach and grab at that, because that would have been a better argument than making the Samoans and the Minoans to be the Roman Republic, right? So now let's look at something else here. So that's so let's see. Here's an article here. Let's see. History of Samoa, right? Okay, History of Samoa, a survey of notable events and people of Samoa, known as Cradle of Polynesian, because legends place the Polynesian homeland on the island of Savai. Samoa was the first country in the Pacific Islands to gain independence, right? So, now I know he'll probably try to say that Esau drove them out to the islands. Well, for them to have been driven out to the islands, they would have had to have originated from Rome or Italy. The sources are saying they didn't come from there, brother. Okay, so you're missing it when you try to use damage control by making another people be the Roman Republic to separate the distinction between the Roman Empire. So you failed, right? Failed. Okay. One other thing, I'm gonna bust that up. One more thing, I'm gonna bust that up. Okay, so Encyclopedia Britannica. Matter of fact, I took the wrong link down. I had another link. Let's digress. Let's get back into the video, okay?
So the question is, when did Esau take over as Rome? That'll be the question. Write this down.
So he's going to tell you, when did Esau take over this imaginable Samoan, Minoan people who supposedly were the original Roman Republic? He's going to tell you now, when did they take over? So we already proved that that's not true. It was no Samoan, Minoan people in Italy, in Rome, that Esau overran. But that's where he's going with that. And so now he's going to tell you, watch this now. He's going to make the Romans, he's going to make the Caesars now be the Roman Republic. That's where he's going with this. Okay, let's go ahead.
During this time of the Roman Republic, the white man was called the Latins. Litins. Put that on the screen. Read that.
The Latins belong to a group of Indo-European speaking tribes.
Wait a minute, hold on. I want to make sure we're understanding or comprehending what he's saying, right? So let's back it up. So is he trying to say that Esau was Latins? Let's back this up for a second here. Okay. We're at 47. Let's go back to 47 even.
During this time of the Roman Republic, the white man was called the Latins.
Oh, the white man.
Litins.
Okay. So I'm trying to follow him. He's saying the white man was called Latins. So is he saying that Esau is the white man that was called Latins? Because that's what it sounds like he's saying. Okay. All right. Let's roll the tape.
Put that on the screen. Read that.
The Latins belong to a group of Indo-European speaking tribes, conventionally known as the Italic tribes,
Go ahead.
that populated central and southern Italy during the Italian Iron Age, which began around 900 BC.
This is where Esau was. They were called the Latins, and they had.
Oh, wow. Did you just hear that? So wait a minute. I'm going to show you the contradictory of what he just said, right? First, I'm going to play it again, and then you tell me if you caught what he said based on what's on the screen, okay? Let's back it up. Let's go back to 47 again, okay? Stay with me now. Here we go.
During this time of the Roman Republic, the white man was called the Latins.
So follow me now. The white man was called Latin. So let me interpret what he's saying. He's saying Esau was called Latin. So the so-called white man was called Latin. Are you following this now? That's what he just said. Now watch this. So he's going to bring it home because I thought he was trying to say Esau was Latin. Now watch this. Let's play it.
Litins.
Right.
Put that on the screen. Read that.
The Latins belong to a group of Indo-European speaking tribes, conventionally known as the Italic tribes.
Okay, now stop. Look at the screen. Okay, now Esau comes from Shem, right? I'm going to show it to you. So for those of you that don't know that Esau is from Shem, let's show you in the scriptures real quick. This is First Chronicles chapter 1. Okay. It says, starting here, it says, where's Shem at? The sons of Shem, verse 17. Let's blow this up a little bit. The sons of Shem, Elam, Asher, Arphaxad, Lud, Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Meshach. Arphaxad begat Shelah, Shelah begat Eber, underline Eber, because that's going to be important. Unto Eber were born two sons, Peleg and Joktan. Now, Joktan is the one that populated most of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so most of those people down there that were, because the Persians ended up intermixing with some of the people as well as the Ottomans too. So they got a lighter complexion Arab mix from the Japhetic seed that gave them that complexion. But you do have a lot that are still the original ones, the ones of antiquity that have a darker complexion. We'll cover that in a future lesson, talk about the Arab nations. So you have Joktan, then you have Almadad, Shalef, Hazarmaveth, Yerah, Hodaram, Uzal, Dikla, Ebal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, Jobab, sons of Joktan. Okay. Shem or Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Ru, Serug, Nahor, Terah, Abram, and Abraham. So then Abraham, Isaac, Ishmael, and so then they go through Ishmael's seed. Then they go to Abraham's seed through Keturah. Then you skip down and you go from Abraham here. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Isaac. The sons of Isaac were Esau and Israel, or Yaakov, right? So Esau is Shemitic, right? Now, I want to go back to the screen because I want you to see what's on the screen. I did all that to show you this. Look at the screen now. What does it say? Latins belong to a group of Indo-European speaking, i.e. tribes. So Latins belong to not only speaking, but tribes. So the Latins didn't come from Shem, from his source that he shared from Wikipedia, right? But the Latins came from Japheth. So he missed it again. All right. Let's continue.
Go ahead.
That populated central and southern Italy during the Italian Iron Age, which began around 900 BC.
This is where Esau was. They were called the Latins, and they had joined, many of them had joined the Roman army, the Roman Republic. Now,
so once again, he connects Esau with the Latin people who were a European stock. I'm going to show you something. So let's look at Britannica once again. I can go deep, but I'm not going to. I can go get some books, but I'm going to use the sources you can just go on the web and check, right? To fact check. I can go way deep and go into the chronology of ancient kingdoms and show you some stuff there, but maybe I'll do that later. But let's go here to Britannica. So this is this topic of Latium, right? It says Latium, ancient area in western central Italy, originally limited to territory around the Alban Hills, but extended by about 500 BCE south of the Tiber River as far as the promontory of Mount Cicero. It was bounded on the northwest by Etruria, on the southwest by Campania, on the east by Samnium, and on the northeast by the territory of Sabini. Okay, it's all these different names here. Now, skip down here. It says the history of Latium is inseparable from the destiny of ancient Rome. Ancient, that's what he said. Ancient Rome, right? The Latins or Latini were sprung from those Indo-European tribes that during the second millennium BCE came to settle in the Italian peninsula. By the first centuries of the first millennium BCE, the Latins had developed as a separate people originally established on the mass of Alban Hills, which is isolated and easily defended. The Latin tribes that settled there were influenced both by civilization of Iron Age of southern Italy and by the Villanovan civilization of southern Etruria. Okay. Now, remember I told you, right? Remember I told you Etrurians. I would have went that route to support. Don't be surprised if they revamp their teaching and they now say the Etruscans or Etrurians were the original Japheth. Be on the lookout for that in the living room near you. Okay? All right. Let's read a little more in that article because I'm gonna give him some ammunition. I'm trying to help him to teach the Esau's white man doctrine how to prove to point that the Japheth was another people and not the Edomites, the so-called white man, right? I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to help him out. I'm trying to help him to make his doctrine have some weight to it. Okay, so let's continue reading a little further in this, okay? All right, so he says after, let's back up here. It says approximately 600 BC, the Etruscans occupied Latium and settled in Rome. So the Etruscans, right? Okay. The influence of the Etruscan civilization and art made itself felt as much as other Latin towns in Rome itself. But Rome soon became a large city similar to powerful cities of southern Etruria, and it took precedence over its neighbors. According to the annalistic tradition, it was a specifically Roman uprising that drove the Etruscans from Rome. Okay. In the fact that the coalition of Latins and Greeks that led the Etruscans' withdrawal from Latin in 475 BCE. Boom. So, Bishop, if you're going to make your faith be black, don't use the Latins. Use the Etruscans, because they were the ones that were people of color. We can do a lesson on that and prove that, right? Okay. But the Etruscans were not from Japheth. They were one of the Canaanite clans and a combination of Edomite mixture, right? Which we're going to cover that in the book. So I'm not going to give all that out right now. I'm going to hold some stuff in my book, okay? But just getting your feet wet so you can see, right? All right. Now, I'm not going to give you no more. I was going to go further and read some more. There's some more stuff in that article. I'll leave you a link. Okay, we're going to go back into the video now.
Now, watch this. Pay close attention. Give me the next one. Put that up. Pay close attention to this. Talk about this is the white man coming in now. Read. How?
Okay, wait a minute. So he's connecting Esau now to, just going to set the tone here. He's connecting Esau now to the Caesars. Watch this.
How did Caesar gain control of Rome? Julius Caesar began his rise to power in 600 BCE.
In 60 BCE.
I'm sorry.
This is the white. Julius Caesar was the white man. He came over and began to take over the Roman Republic.
So Julius Caesar was Esau. He's going to show you in another reference from a writer who's going to tell you that Julius Caesar was an Idumean. He's not actually going to tell you, but he's going to quote somebody else. Okay, but let's rotate. All right, go ahead.
Read again.
Julius Caesar began his rise to power in 60 BCE by forging an alliance with another general,
Another Edomite.
Pompey, and a wealthy patrician, Crassus.
Crassus. Go ahead.
Together, these three men assumed control of the Roman Republic.
See that? Those three seized control of the Roman Republic. Go ahead.
Okay, wait a minute. So he's making them Edomites, because notice he keeps saying Julius Caesar and Pompey. So Pompey was an Edomite, right? Now remember, keep in your mind that we did a lesson to explain that the Romans, being Esau, started with the Talmudic, the rabbis in Judaism. They started that, teaching that, not based off of any historical dynamic or off of any historical, geographical, or genetic. It was all a assumption, a label that was placed on them because of the oppression that they did against the Jewish people. Okay. All right.
Caesar was thrust into the position of counsel.
And Julius Caesar took over. Now, give me the next one. These are your first 12 Caesars. Read that.
Okay. So now he's going to go in a historical presentation. He's going to present each one of them, called the 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's Roman history. But keep in mind, the hook, line, and sinker he hasn't presented it yet, right? Because he's setting up the table to prepare you You got to watch the smooth presentation because he's setting it up to tell you that these Romans were Edomites. They overthrew the Roman Republic, who were Japheth, that he says Samoans and Minoans, which we already proved that wasn't true. So now these are the Edomites, right? Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Julius Caesar, Augustus.
Wait. Get me 2nd Esdras 11:1 first. Keep that on the screen. 2nd Esdras 11 verse 1.
Book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 11, verse 1. Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle.
And a what?
An eagle, which had 12 feathered wings.
Which had.
Wait a minute. An eagle. What? An eagle. I like that style though. It's kind of funny. But so he's connecting the eagle with Rome, which is connecting Obadiah with the eagle. You already know where he's going with that, right? Right? Okay, let's continue.
Had 12 feathered wings
and 3 heads.
So now, this eagle represents Rome, not the Roman Republic, but the Roman Empire. 2 different things. Roman Republic.
You see what he's doing. He's trying to isolate historical Roman from the Roman Empire. And so therefore, because that's the damage control, because Esau, since we've already proved that the Roman kingdom was established before Esau went into Rome, at the same time, it was running at the same time that Esau had his own kingdom, had his own kings, his own dukes. So he couldn't possibly be the Romans, as Jasher chapter 90 is used to prove as a proof text that Esau became one with Chittim. They became one people and one and the same. So Chittim, Rome, Esau, one and the same, right? So that's where he's going with this here. And so we're going to show you his proof in a minute. Okay, let's continue. All right, we're about 49 minutes. Okay, let's go.
Public, Japheth. Roman Empire, Esau.
See?
Now, this is them. Read.
Julius Caesar.
That's the first feather of the 12 feathers in 2nd Esdras chapter 11 and chapter 12. Go ahead.
Augustus.
Go ahead.
Tiberius. Caligula. Claudius. Nero. Galba. Otho. Vitellius. Vespasian. Titus. Domitian.
Those are the 12 feathers that you read about in 2nd Esdras chapter 11, 2nd Esdras chapter 12. Deacon Nathan has gone over this on his, what was it?
So now I'm not going to argue with the history, okay? Roman history is Roman history. Whether or not you believe that 2nd Esdras was actually written in the days of antiquity, or was it written in the 1st century? Okay, so when was it written? Okay, all right, when did these Caesars rule, right? All of that, so all that's important, right? So was it written after history transpired, or was it predated? Was it prophecy, right? Okay, that's a good question. And so if you believe that 2nd Esdras was written before and it was a prophecy, then I can see why you would embrace that, especially the verse that says Esau is the end of the world. Okay, all right. And Jacob is that which follows. Okay, all right. Hold on a second here. Okay, so we're going to continue with the teaching, and we're going to chop it up so we can kind of add commentary as we go along. So let's go back into the tape here. All right.
What's the name of the class? Our Hidden History, and Officer Jezreel. Jezreel have gone over that. Everybody got that? Y'all write it down? You wrote it down? Well, right. We ain't got all day. Go ahead.
Hey, brothers, y'all really have to take these classes serious.
Okay, he's going to skip. I'm going to push forward to the next segment. He's going to do a little house cleaning. Okay, so we're going to go to the next segment of his lesson, and we're going to look at his reference. All right, let's do it.
Pay close attention. What was his race? Read that.
Dr. William Smith's Dictionary of the Bible.
What year was this published?
1890.
1890.
Okay, now I want to just kind of interject here. Okay, so he's using a source here, which is, I'm very familiar with this dictionary because I use it myself. So this dictionary was published 1890. This is volume 3. So he's going to go to a section where he's going to tell you that Julius Caesar was an Edomite, but we're going to show you what he doesn't do, right? But he uses the information wrong, and they take and run with that, right? But Dr. William Smith is quoting someone else. I'm going to show you that, okay? All right. So let's go in.
We're going to go to page 2205.
Mm-hmm.
Always get the old dictionaries.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so now we'll pull this out in a second, but in the dictionary, he's under the subject of Obadiah. That's where he's reading from. Okay, all right, let's go ahead.
I don't want that section. Yes, give me. I zoomed it in on the next page. Give me the next page. Next page. Yes. Read that. Kimchi.
Kimchi says that Julius Caesar was an Idumean.
Do y'all see that? Julius Caesar was an Idumean. Go ahead.
Singler reports the Jews, both those who are comparatively ancient and those who are modern, believe that Titus was an Edomite.
And Titus was an Edomite. Go ahead.
And when
Now, hold on a second. I'm gonna play that back again. But did y'all catch what he just did? William Smith is quoting Kamichi and the other Jewish Selinger, I think it is, right? In the Chronicle Eusebius, right? Okay. William Smith is not saying that. So his sources that Esau or that Caesar and all that goes with Rome being Edomites comes from the rabbinic Judaism. So that's where you need the explosion right there. Because you're quoting what William Smith said, quoting the Jewish rabbis. Okay? Now, what I want to do is let's back this up again. Let's let him have his heyday because he's excited about what he just read.
Read that.
Dr. William Smith's Dictionary of the Bible.
What year was this published?
1890.
So it's William Smith's dictionary, not William Smith's statement. See the difference? All right, go ahead.
1890. We're going to go to page 2205. Always get the old dictionaries. I don't want that section. Yes. Give me. I zoomed it in on the next page. Give me the next page.
Mm-hmm.
Next page.
And there's a reason why he avoided reading that, but we're going to show you that in a second, why he avoided reading it. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Read that. Kimchi.
Kimchi says that Julius Caesar was an Idumean.
Do y'all see that? Julius Caesar was an Idumean. Go ahead.
Singler reports The Jews, both those who are comparatively ancient and those who are modern, believe that Titus was an Edomite.
And Titus was an Edomite. Good.
And when the prophets denounce Edom, they frequently refer to it as Titus.
As Titus. That's the one that destroyed Jerusalem. So the scholars know that Julius Caesar, all those Romans that we just read, them 12 feathers are Esau, Idumeans. Idumea is Greek for what, brothers? Edom.
Okay. So now Bishop feels like that he actually proved that Esau was the white man by reading a quote from William Smith, right? Dictionary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the link, right? So we're going to do him a favor. I like doing favors for Bishop. We're going to go to William Smith's dictionary where he just cited, and we're going to show you what William Smith said, and we're going to show you what William Smith quoted, what the rabbi said. It wasn't William Smith that said it. He didn't originate Esau being Rome. It was the rabbis. Okay, so let's go there. All right. So this is Dr. William Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, Volume 3, From Marriage to Regime. This was published, it said 1871 here. He had 1890, so I guess it's a different version. Okay, now what I want to do is, let's see. Let's just slide this over so y'all can see, so I'm not in the way. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Computer likes to take over and do its own thing. All right, there we go. Okay, now we're going to start right here where it says, let's just blow this up a little bit more. The book of this is on page 2205, the paragraph that he didn't read. That's why I told you he didn't read on purpose, right? Okay. The book of Obadiah is a favorite study of modern Jews. Now we need explosion right there. So, who's pushing the narrative that Esau is Rome? In 1870, he's saying the modern Jews are pushing that Esau is Rome. All right, let's go back in now. It's a favorite study of the modern Jews. It is here especially that they read the future fate of their own nation and of Christians, right? Boom. So who told you that Rome was Esau? They did. Who told you that Rome was the Christians? They did. That's why he didn't read that part. Okay, now. So can you see that the reason why he didn't want to read that part? Because it is a favorite study of the modern Jews. It is here especially that they read the future fate of their own nation and of the Christians. Those unversed in their literature may wonder where the Christians are found in the book of Obadiah, right? Yeah. Inquiring minds want to know. Don't you want to know why the Christians are not found in the book of Obadiah? But yet the Christians are Esau? So what they have done is they have made the scriptures of private interpretation, like what Bishop Nathaniel and the IUIC camp and the One West camps are doing with this doctrine. They're making their own private interpretation from scriptures, just like their father, the teacher of the Edomite doctrine being Rome, right? Like father, like son. Right?
You're going to learn today.
All right. Now, let's go back in here. Okay. So he says, where was I at here? The unversed in literature may wonder where the Christians are found in the book of Obadiah, but it is a fixed principle of rabbinical interpretation. Let me read that again, right? It is a fixed principle of rabbinical interpretation that by Edomites is prophetically meant Christians, and that by Edom it is meant Rome. So you can't fool with a person that reads. If you're going to teach something, that's why we as Israelite teachers, me and some other like Moray Josiah, we read the full text so you won't think or we won't use the scriptures incorrect, and we will present a doctrine versus reading the text at full face value. What he did with this source was he pulled the pieces out just like they do their doctrine. They call it line upon line, precept upon precept. Why would you leave out some important information like that if you're going to quote a source? It makes vocab alone correct when he says you're using the sources wrong. Right. Because when you pull out a piece that points out or that proves your thesis, you're being biased with the source. Okay, that's what he just did. He was being biased with the source, right? So it's the rabbis, right? It's the rabbinical Judaism, right? It is the principle of rabbinical interpretation that by Edomites is meant Rome. Edomite is prophetically meant Christians, and that by Edom is meant Rome. So now, Christian is not limited to skin color. You got black Christians, you got white Christians, and you got Asian Christians, you got Indian Christians, you got African Christians, right? So in their estimation, when they say Esau is Christian, they're talking about anybody that doesn't follow the tenets of rabbinic Judaism is Esau, spiritual Edomite. Okay, I need another explosion there. All right, let's go back. So now he says that this is the part he quoted. He skipped that part on purpose. Then he says, thus Kimchi on Obadiah says, so now you can see why the thus was there. You can see why the thus was there. The thus was there because they were rabbinic, right? Talmudists. Okay. Kimchi, and the other one was, where is his name at? It'll come up in a minute. Kimchi on Obadiah says, lays it down that, here's the quote. See the quote right here? I want you to see. Let me blow this up a little bit so y'all can see. I'm not making this up. Okay. He says, Kimchi on Obadiah lays it down that, here's a quote, all that the prophets have said about the destruction of Edom in the last times has reference to Rome. Okay. So now, if they are in fact making Rome Esau, then they are excluding themselves from Edomite connection. Because furthermore, you are saying that they are Khazars. They're saying we're not Khazars. And you're saying they're Esau. They're saying, no, those Italian Romans are Esau. We're not Italian Romans, right? So you're falling into the trap, right? Okay, let's go back. So Kimchi, let me just I'm going to show you who Kimchi is real quick. Let's see. Let's do this real quick. All right, we'll come back. Okay, so Kimchi was a Jewish rabbi. I'm going to go to this link here. And let's see. Let's pull this up right quick. Okay. Okay. Joseph Kim-he or Kimchi or Kim-he or Kimchi, 1105 to 1170. It says, was it medieval? Okay. It said medieval is lasts approximately from 5th to late 15th centuries. Okay. So medieval Jewish rabbi, there he is, and a biblical commentator. So he had commentaries. So he was a commentator. He was the father of Moses and David. Kimchi, the teacher of Rabbi Menachem ben Simeon, the poet of Joseph Zabara. So who's the father of Esau being Rome? The Rabbinic Judaism. All day long, we're seeing that. And Bishop Nathaniel is misleading his congregants because he avoided reading the part that tells them where that doctrine originated. It has no genetic connection to it. It has no historic connection to it. It has no genealogical connection to it. It is a doctrine that goes straight from their theological rabbinic school of thought. I need another explosion right there. So there goes your Kimchi, right? It wasn't William Smith that said that. He was quoting Kimchi. And secondly, why didn't William Smith, who is a so-called white man, connect himself to that? Obviously, he don't believe that he's a so-called white man, an Edomite. All right. Now, let's go back to William Smith's again. Okay. So now, are y'all enjoying this? You learn anything today?
You gonna learn today.
Okay, now, so going back into his source. All right. So we know Kimchi. So who Kimchi is, right? So now he refers to another one. So Rabbi Bakai on Isaiah, right? You got Rabbi Bakai. So I don't need to go and research him. They already specifically stated he was a rabbi. Okay. So the rabbis follow the sages' teachings, right? So if the sages taught that Esau was wrong, they're going to stick with it. Okay. So now it said, so Rabbi Bakai on Isaiah, what is that? 50, 65, 66, and 17. And Arbanel has written a commentary on Obadiah resting on the hypothesis as its basis. Resting on this hypothesis, as its basis. Other examples are given in Buxtorf, Lex Tom in, is it VOE? Vo. Okay. All right. So the brother Bishop Nathaniel, he is either purposely misleading his congregation or he's ignorant? I think he's purposely misleading because he's a good reader. You see, it's right there, face value, right in front of your face. But why wouldn't you read that part, right? All this part right here, that's pertinent information, right? Okay. All right, now. Okay, so the rabbis. Okay, here you got in synagogue Judaica, the reason of this rabbinical dictum are various and ridiculous as might be imagined, right? Let me back it up again, right? Okay. He says that the reasons of this rabbinical dictum are as various and as ridiculous as might be imagined. The Nachmanides, Benkai, and Aberbarnel says that Janus, the first king of Latin, was the grandson of Esau. So that's where Nathaniel's getting all this stuff from the Jewish rabbis. So if the Jewish rabbis are right about Esau being Rome, then the Jewish rabbis are right about them being Israel. You can't take part of their story as true and not take the other part as true. Right? So if the rabbis, rabbin, I don't know what the plural of rabbi is. Not rabbis. I think it would be rabbin, maybe rabbin. Okay, all right. If the rabbin are correct in saying that Esau's wrong, then they're correct in saying that they are Israel. You can't have it one way or the other. You got to have it both ways or no way. Okay? Now, so he says, as ridiculous as it sounds, they said, the rabbi said that Latin was the grandson of Esau. Now, remember, like I said, Bishop Nathaniel said the Latins were Edomites. This is where he got it from. Okay. So they're saying the Latins were the grandson of Esau. Kimchi on Joel 3:19 says that Julius Caesar, so it goes Kimchi again. Remember we told you Kimchi was, right? Kimchi was a Jewish rabbi, and the Jewish rabbis are the ones that, as he said, as unrealistic. What was the phrase he said? Okay. I'll reinterpret it. As crazy as it sounds, that's what they teach. As crazy as it sounds, right? Okay. Now, as ridiculous, that's what it was. As ridiculous as it might be imagined. Ridiculous, right? So it's ridiculous to imagine that Esau's Latinum. It's ridiculous to believe that Julius Caesar is an Edomite, because that's what he's saying. He don't even agree. He thinks that it makes no sense for them to be Esau because they come from Japheth. He knows that, right? Okay. So it says the Jews, those who are comparatively ancient and those who are modern, believe that Titus was an Edomite. So who remembers that? The Jews, right? The Jews, the comparative, the ancient and the modern Jews, right, believe that Titus was an Edomite. And when the prophets denounced Edom, they frequently refer to it to Titus. Here's another Jewish rabbi. Abin Ezra says that there were no Christians except such as were Idumeans until the time of Constantine, and Constantine having embraced their religion, the whole Roman Empire became entitled Idumea. So now he's making Constantine an Edomite. based off of religion, not based off of ethnicity, not based off of history, not based off of genealogy, based off of religion. Okay. Source is bad reference. I'm going to show you something else. Okay. So this source is the Dictionary of Targum, the Talmud Babli and Yerushalmi, and the Midrashic literature by Jastrow Marcus, 1829 to 1903. This is on page 1124. Okay. Under here, let's blow this up so we can see it. Okay. Let's move it over. It says Esau, the son of Isaac, right? Gent, noun Esau, Edom. It says a disguise for Rome. How about that? Yoma 38. So you're talking about rabbinic writings. A wicked man that dwelt between two righteous men without adopting their doings, that is Esau. There is no successful war in which the sinners of Esau have no part. And it was the evening decline of Esau, in parentheses, Rome, right? Go up here. When thou seest Esau in the large city of Rome, oppressing the poor and robbing the indigent, right? So look at this right here. It says, it's a lot of reading here, and I want to skip down to it says here, those guilty of transgressing the law imply in the positive law limitation concerning intermarriages with the descendants of Egyptian or Edomite converts. Okay. To value access, he did not estimate her, the cow's value, but did he not estimate her value when he said, okay, all right. So you can see that that's just a reference that you can save, just showing you that the rabbis were the rabbis were the ones that taught that, and they're the ones that pushed that. Not Dr. William Smith. He was a Christian. Certainly he didn't believe that Christians was wrong because he was a Christian. I guess he was like, wait a minute. I'm quoting you with these rabbis saying, how am I Esau? I don't have any direct connection to Shem, right? So when you make Esau the Romans and Italians and the so-called white man, then you make all of them Hebrews. Incorrectly, right?
You're going to learn today.
All right, let's go to page 1241 in the same book here. Okay, here's something else. It says, he that breaketh the Abrahamic covenant omits or effaces circumcision or effaces circumcision. Pardon me. I need to blow this up so I can see what I'm looking at. Let's read again. He that breaketh the Abrahamic covenant omits or effaces circumcision. Genesis, Rabbi 98. Play on Genesis 10. Was that 50? Let's see, 44 and 22. The son of broke faith with his brothers. Okay, skip all that. Okay, here's the part I want to read here. It says Edom, in parentheses Rome, is called Parath because she broke faith with and distressed his, in parentheses, God's children, right? It says, because I, in parentheses, the Lord, shall in the end forth her plans. He's got all these commentaries on that, right? So we can see that the rabbi were pouring it on heavy on this doctrine that has been embraced by the camps. Now, we showed you in a previous lesson that the camps got the 12 tribes chart from the Europeans, they call the so-called Esau, right? Now we're seeing that they got this doctrine of Esau, the white man, from the rabbis teaching that Esau's Rome. We're not original in none of this, brother. Okay, now we're going to go a little further. We're going to go a little further here. So Dr. William Smith quotes Abin Ezra, right? So who was Abin Ezra? Okay, I'm glad you asked the question. We're going to open up and find out, okay? So let's go to the Jewish Encyclopedia real quick. Jewish Encyclopedia, Abraham Ibn Ezra, right? It says here, the golden age of Spain produced some magnificent Jewish scholars. One of these was Abraham ibn Ezra, born in 1069. Ibn Ezra was a friend of Judah Halevi. Tradition maintains that Ibn Ezra married Judah Halevi's daughter. After 3 of his children died and one son converted to Islam, Ibn Ezra became a wanderer, right? And it became a wanderer. It was during his self-chosen exile that he wrote his brilliant work. Oh, he wrote a work commentary, huh? How about that? Ibn Ezra was a poet, an astrologist. What? He was a astrologist, scientist, and a Hebrew grammarian. All the Hebrew grammar books to that time had been written in Arabic, including Sa'diya Gaon's famous work when he discovered that the Jews of Italy didn't understand Hebrew grammar. He wrote an excellent book in Hebrew, which became the bestseller. It elucidated for Jews living in Christian Europe. Okay, tri-letter root theory. Okay, now go down to this paragraph right here. It says, although Abraham Ibn Ezra was not a systematic philosopher, he presented philosophical positions in his biblical commentaries. How about that? He presented philosophical positions in his biblical commentaries. I wonder what might that philosophical positions be? Could it be Esau's Rome? Could it be the Julius Caesar is an Edomite, Titus was an Idumean, and all those Roman empires that Bishop Nathaniel was teaching? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Right?
You're going to learn today.
All right. Now, where we at? Right. So he presented philosophical positions in his biblical commentaries. He was essentially Neoplatonic and was strongly influenced by Solomon ibn Gabriel. He introduced into his biblical commentaries excerpts from Gabriel's allegorical interpretations of the account of the Garden of Eden. He described Yah's relationship to the world in a pantheistic, emanationalist manner, like Gabriel said of God that he is all and all comes from him. He is the source from which everything flows. Ibn Ezra described the process of the world's emanation, right, from Yah by a Neoplatonic image of the process of the multiplication of numbers from one, and as the process of speech issuing from the mouth of the speaker, right? So in other words, he was a philosopher, and he used philosophy in his commentaries that people follow as fact.
You're gonna learn today.
So why is it that we are using the rabbinic literature to teach from the Kodesh Sefer of Yah? Everything that we need to teach pertaining to truth is right there in the scriptures. All outside books should confirm, not be the basis of our doctrine that we teach and have masses of people following the doctrine that came from the people that we know have taken our identity, right? Where do we end with this? Where do we stop this? Why do we continue doing this? We know it's wrong. Okay. Now, we mentioned this guy, Gabriel. I said Gabriel is Gabriel, right? So we're going to read a little bit about him. So let's go and look at that. Okay. So Solomon ibn Gabriel, circa 1021 to 1058, it says two sources provide most of the limited information that is known about the life of this great spiritual poet. The earliest account of Gabriel's life is found in a book by an Arab contemporary in slightly more than 3 lines. Gabriel is described as a student of philosophy and logic, possessing a keen mind, right? The Arab text concludes its description by observing that Ibn Gabriel was a shy man who was cut off in the prime of life. Okay. So Ibn Abraham Ezra, his mentor was a philosopher, right? Did they follow the Greeks in philosophy? Okay. Interesting, right? So just in case you're wondering what is philosophy, right? So let's just kind of pull it out. I'm not going to go deep with that. I just want to give you a generic, definition. So philosophy is the study of fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. A particular system of philosophical thought, plural noun. It says study of theoretical basis of a particular branch of knowledge or experience. So it's a theory, right? So Esau being Rome is a theory, just like Esau being the so-called white man is what? A theory. It's a philosophical statement that holds no water, that is ridiculous, as the writer said, okay? Now, this part might be repetitious, because we covered this in a previous lesson, but this is a good opportunity to bring it back up, okay? So we're going to go to the Jewish Encyclopedia under Edom, and this is on page 41. This is volume 5, right? Volume 5 of the Jewish Encyclopedia, and under the name, right? Let's kind of zoom this in a little bit so we can see small print. Okay. It says the name Edom. Let me start up a little bit. The name Edom is used by Talmudists for the Roman Empire. Who uses Rome being Edom? Where did it originate? From the Talmudists. Let's go back in. It says, the name Edom is used by the Talmudists for the Roman Empire, and they applied to Rome every passage of the Bible referring to Edom or Esau. In Leviticus Rabbah, that's number 13, Rome under the name of Edom is compared to a boar, and the symbolic name Seir was used by the poets, philosophers, of Middle Ages, not only for Rome, okay, he has reference here, but also for Christianity, right? Okay, that's all we're going to take away from that. Okay, there's more you continue to read, but we're showing you, we're destroying this Esau camp doctrine, destroying it. We're showing you from the sources that they use, that they have used, they read the part that they want to read to push the narrative of the doctrine that Esau is a white man. And they won't read the sources completely and read them correctly and teach them correctly, because you got Bishop Nathaniel is skipping past pertinent information in the doctrine. It makes you suspect. Okay. Now let's go back to William Smith's dictionary, because he mentions another name of another rabbi. So this is on page 2205, and this is Abarbanel. Okay, Abarbanel was a philosopher. He said that Janus was the first king of Latin, the grandson of Esau. That's what Abarbanel said. So who was this Abarbanel, right? So let's pull him up. His name was Isaac Abarbanel. Okay. He was a Portuguese statesman and philosopher. How about that? From Portuguese, right? Let's pull up this article here, Jewish Encyclopedia, real quick. Okay, Rabbi Don, Isaac ben Judah Aravanel, was a Portuguese rabbi. You know what the Portuguese did with the Hebrews? They put them in slavery. But he was a Portuguese rabbi, scholar, Bible commentator, philosopher, and statesman. He was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1437. He studied both Talmud, philosophy, and secular studies. He was one of the first Jewish scholars to be influenced by Renaissance writers. He was a major thinker and a prolific Jewish scholar. He wrote a commentary on Joshua in 16 days. How about that? He wrote a commentary in 16 days? Shame, 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 right? All right. So he wrote a commentary in 16 days. His commentary to the prophets, while prolix, provided added insights into his 15th century society, because he compared the monarchies ascribed in 1 Samuel to the monarchies of his day. He focused philosophical on the importance of prophecy, disagreeing, what is that word there? Vociferously with the beliefs of, who is this? Rambam? In 3 treatises, he predicts that the Messiah would come in the near future. Oh, interesting. What is this Rambam? Let's see what it says. Rambam. If one did not know, the Maimonides was the name of a man, Abraham Joshua Heshev wrote one who assumed it was the name of the universe. Okay. Interesting stuff there. I don't want to go too much further than that. Going out of left field. All right, hold on a second. So Bishop Nathaniel, man, after watching this video, I learned a whole lot about their doctrine just watching this video here. Oh my goodness. It don't look good. Let's go back to the video.
Which means red. Okay. From there, give me the next page. Watch this. Zoom in on that. I have
several times shown that from Edom proceeded the kings who reigned in Italy.
From Edom, they reigned in Italy.
Now notice, right? Notice he's quoting, I have several times shown. So let's see. Let's go back to William Smith's. Okay, where's the quote at? Okay. So now, to add some context so you can see what William Smith was saying, right? Okay. Dr. William Smith was saying, okay. So if you go from here, right, on this page, the bottom of page 2205, okay, so he goes through all these names, Kimsey, Saliger, okay, then goes into Saint Jerome. Now he's talking about Saint Jerome. Saint Jerome says that some of the Jews read Rome for Duna, right? Finally, some of the rabbis, I think it's rabbis. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's pronounced rabbis. We say rabbis, but I think it's rabbis. Some of the rabbis, and with them, Arbabano, maintained that it was the soul of Esau which lived in Christ. These are the people that you're listening to, their teaching, that you're using them as proof text that Esau is a white man. This man is saying Esau lived in the Messiah. Wow. But you following this blindly, incorrectly using the sources, indoctrinating your people with falsehood based off of the rabbis. It doesn't look good. Okay, let's continue. So he says, finally, some of the rabbis, and when with them Abarbanel, maintained that it was the soul of Esau which lived again with the Messiah. So remember, we said that this Abarbanel was a philosopher, right? He probably studied the Greeks, right? Remember, Greeks overthrew the Israelite kingdom, so they were still in the land, indoctrinating the Hebrews that remained in the land with their philosophy. Okay, let's continue. Unhidden Truths? I think his channel, he did a real good series on that. Okay. The color given to the prophecies of Obadiah when looked at from this point of view is most curious. Now watch this. The following is a specimen from Abarbanel on verse 1. Okay. Now, so Bishop Nathaniel is quoting Dr. William Smith, who is quoting the philosopher Abarbanel, who now says the following, okay? He says, the true explanation, as I have said, is to be found in this. So, once again, this is not William Smith talking. Right? Let me back it up. Let me say that again. This is not William Smith talking. He is quoting Bishop. He is quoting IUIC. He is quoting One West Camp. He is quoting all of y'all watchmen. He is quoting the rabbi. Okay. Now let's go back and read it. So the color.
You're going to learn today.
The color given to the prophecies of Obadiah when looked at from this point of view is most curious. The following is a specimen from Abarbanel on verse 1. The true explanation, as I have said, is to be found in this. The Idumeans, by which, as I have shown, all the Christians are to be understood, for they took their origin from Rome. Huh? That's what our Abarbanel philosophized, that the text is saying that not only are the Roman people, but anybody that embraces Christianity is Esau. Man. Destroyed. 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 Tremendously destroyed. So let's go back into it again. All right. He says, the Idumeans, by which, as I have shown, all the Christians are to be understood, for they took their origin from Rome, will go up to lay waste Jerusalem, which is the seat of holiness, and where the tomb of their God Jesus is, as indeed they have several times gone up already. Again, on verse 2, he says, and he quotes Abarbanel again, I have several times shown that from Edom proceed the kings who reign in Italy, right? So now, if you're going to take a part of what he said, you got to take all of what he said, because Rome is Christians too. And if you are a believer of the Mashiach and y'all IUIC say Jesus, so that would include you too. Right?
You're going to learn today.
All right. So now, he says that they lay waste Jerusalem, which is the seat of the holiness, and where the tomb of their of their God Jesus is, as indeed they have several times gone up already. Again, on verse 2, he says, I have several times showed you that from Edom proceed the kings who reign in Italy and who built up Rome to be great among the nations, the chief among the provinces, and in this way Italy and Greece and all the western provinces became filled with Idumeans. Right? Right? I need an explosion right there. You don't know how bad this looks for you with this doctrine. It looks bad. It doesn't look good for you. Right? I see curtains. We say, I see curtains, Rocky. Wait a minute. One more time. That's a knockout punch right there, buddy. That's a knockout punch. All right. Let's go read some more. So he's quoting a Barbanel, and a Barbanel says what? That this is, thus it is that the prophets call the whole of the nation by the name of Edom. There shall not be found counsel or wisdom among the Edomite Christians when they go up to war. On verse 19, he says, quote, he's quoting a Barbanel again. Those who have gone, right, as exiles into Edomites, that is, into Christians' lands, right? So America are Edomites, right? So if you're a Christian, whether you are a African-American Christian or whether you are an Indian Christian or whether you are a Chinese Christian or Korean Christian or German Christian or Irish Christian or Roman Christian or French Christian, Spanish Christian, he's saying you're Edomite, right? By the Edomite Christians, he says, in the Christians' land and have there suffered affliction, will diverse to have best parts of their country and their metropolises as Mount Seir. On verse 20, Sarepta is France. How about that? Let's read that again. On verse 20, Sarepta is France. Sephard is Spain. The Mount of Esau in verse 21 is the city of Rome, which is to be judged. So there goes the whore revelation being Rome. Did you know that came from the rabbis? Even Christian theology got a little bit of the rabbinic teachings. Right? Let's look at it again. He says the Mount of Esau, right?
You're going to learn today.
The Mount of Esau in verse 21 is the city of Rome, which is to be judged. And the saviors are to be the Jewish Messiah and his chieftains who are to be judges. The first 9 verses of Obadiah are so similar to Jeremiah. What is that? 66 and 7. That is evident that one of the 2 prophets must have had the prophecy of the other before him. Which of the 2 wrote first is doubtful. Okay, all right. So that's pretty much there. So now, Bishop, give me a call, 443-480-3166. It don't look good for you, brother. You're knocked out in the third round. Knocked out in the third round. wait a minute. TKO, brother. TKO. You out. You're done, right? Done. There's more. I ain't even halfway done, but that right there wraps the deal up right there. Puts the seal on the coffin. But let's go back in. All right. All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
And who built up Rome.
And who built up Rome? Go ahead.
To be great among the nations and chief among the provinces.
Watch this.
And in this way, Italy and Greece.
And
all the western provinces.
That's France, Germany, England. Go ahead.
Became filled with Idumeans.
Filled with who?
Idumeans.
Go ahead.
Thus it is that the prophets
call
the whole of that nation by the name of Edom.
Y'all see that? So the scholars know all of them are Edomites. So when Jehovah Witnessing, the Edomites were destroyed by Saul. They know they lying. They hoping that black people are that stupid that we don't never do no research.
So, wait a minute. Was that an explosion? Bishop, they slipped a Mickey in your drink. So, y'all need to clip this part right here out. And I give you permission to use and to, if you want to make a short or TikTok or whatever of that part. He fell for it. He fell for the okie doke, right? What happened?
You've been had.
You did what?
You've been had.
What happened?
You've been had.
You've been had, brother. You've been had. They got you with that. They got you. Okay, let's continue.
We can read now. That's all y'all Edomites. They go, oh, King Saul destroyed all the Edomites in 1 Samuel. That's a lie. Daggone lie.
Stop the cap.
Now, let's go from there. Let's go to 2 Ezra 11 and 13 again.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip forward because I want to go to another source he uses, right? So let's go there. Wait a minute. I just want y'all to look at his wristband. I was just looking at it and I had a thought when I was a kid. I used to like Batman, and I like that wristband. That's kind of cool. Look at the wristband. Let me show it to you. Look at that wristband.
Okay, he reigned the longest of all the emperors, of all the Caesars. He reigned the longest. Okay, he was the second feather of 2 Ezra chapter 11 and chapter 12. Get chapter 12, verse 11.
Look at that. They're talking about Power Rangers, right? All right. Now we're going to go to the next segment because he has another source. So let's go to that source here. Okay.
Published 1890.
So this is the book right here. The Rise of Christendom. This is the one that, in his estimation, I'm sure this is like the nail to the coffin that Esau's Rome, right? Okay. 1890, right? Okay, all right. Let's go in.
Let's go inside the book to page 210.
210.
Zoom in. Read that.
At the end of 240 years, the empire of the Greeks passed to the Romans, to a man who descended from Esau, namely Augustus.
Do y'all see that?
Okay. Let's see. Let's do that again. That's that one. Hold on a second. Right here. Let's do it again.
The rise of Christendom.
Okay. There is a rise of Christendom. So now let's do it. Let's go to the book. Okay. Okay. So I want to back up because I skipped some stuff. So let's go back in here. And let's just back up a little bit. Okay.
There shall rise up a kingdom upon the earth, and it shall be feared above all the kingdoms that were before it.
Go ahead.
In the same shall 12 kings reign.
The 12 kings are the 12 Caesars that we discussed already. Go ahead.
One after another.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore the second shall begin to reign and shall have more time than any of the 12.
Who was the second Caesar, brothers? Augustus. He reigned the longest. That's
okay. This is where I want to stop right here. Okay. So I didn't play this part here, but I had to back up. So Caesar Augustus was the second, according to his teaching. Historically wise, they say Caesar Augustus was the first Roman emperor. Julius Caesar was the end of the Roman Republic. Okay. He's using Second Ezra to say, oh, nope. Second Ezra says Julius Caesar was the first. Although it doesn't give Julius Caesar by name, but he's overriding history, right? Okay. So I just want to point that out. Okay, let's go back in.
what it means. And shall have more time than any of the 12. Now, go back to, give me the next page. Yes, that is Augustus Octavian Caesar. All right, go to the next page. That's him again. Can you read that? Zoom in.
Okay, now I'm gonna stop for a second. These dates are not gonna match either because Julius Caesar, I don't know if he was killed or murdered. I forgot how it went, but 45 BC he died, right? Which would lead Caesar Augustus to be next in line. So he wouldn't be able to rule until about 45, after 45 BC. Okay. So keep that in mind as we watch this clip again. Okay. All right.
That section. Read that.
Portrait bust, Augustus, dates from time of battle of Actium in 31 BC. Marble, height of head is 1 foot 2 inches.
All right, let's go to the next book, The Rise of Christendom. The Rise of Christendom.
The Rise of Christendom.
Okay, now pay close attention because this book is going to talk about Augustus, right? And there's a time in the book that they're going to give when Augustus, who they call a descendant of Esau, ruled over Rome. Okay. So pay close attention to this part right here. Okay. Let's go in.
When was this published?
1890.
1890. Let's go inside the book to page 210. Zoom in. Read that.
At the end of 240 years, the empire of the Greeks passed to the Romans, to a man who descended from Esau, namely Augustus.
Do y'all see that?
Okay, so let's stop for a second. So based on what the writer is saying, he's actually quoting from the Chronicle, which is a Arabic source, historical source. The Arabic source called the Chronicle says that at the end of 200 years of the Greeks. So how long did the Greek Empire last? So let's look at that and see. Okay, so we have a problem with some of the math, right? Okay. From the source, he says that 240 years, at the end of 240 years of the empire of the Greeks, passed to the Romans, right? So the Greek passed to the Romans. Okay, so if I look at my notes here, hold on a second here. I have the Battle of Corinth, which was 146 BCE. So 240 years back from that would be 386 BCE. Alexander ruled 334, so that's about 50 years. So that would put it about 146 BCE, right? So Augustus, right, didn't rule until 27 BCE. So this Augustus is not him, because you got between 150 to 200 years missing. So Nathaniel is saying that Augustus that the Chronicle was speaking of is Caesar Augustus, but no, he can't possibly be. He came way after the Roman defeat. The Roman defeated the Greek Empire. Came way after that. The Battle of Corinth. That's the latest. Okay, the earliest could be the Battle of Marathon, which was 490 BC. That was the battle when the Greeks defeated the Persians. I think it was Athens. And so if you go from 490, subtract 240 years, according to what the writer said, that would be 250 BCE. And you don't have a Caesar Augustus around for another 200 years almost. So that's not Augustus that they're talking about there. Now, Augustus is a title, right? So Nathaniel is stretching on that. Let's go back into the video. He's stretching on that. Okay, let's back it up a little bit, right? Okay, right about right there. Okay.
At the end of 240 years, the empire of the Greeks passed to the Romans, to a man who descended from Esau, namely Augustus.
Do y'all see that? So they know Augustus descended from Esau. All these scholars got all this information hidden from the black church. The black church, don't ask the black church no questions. They don't know nothing. Yeah, that's bad.
So that couldn't possibly be Caesar Augustus. If you know history and you know the battles, right? I have a book. I'm not going to pull it out. I have a book, The Battles That Changed History. It's a good book to read if you're a historian. Caesar Augustus. Now, I'm going to pull the references he used, and we're going to show you what he read, right? But that's not. They're not saying that was Caesar Augustus. They just said Augustus. Okay. Now, it could possibly be what they're making reference to. Could possibly be the Zepho. There's no historical record of Zepho ruling Rome other than in the book of Jasher. So that could be the person that they're talking about, right? That ruled over the kingdom of the Greeks. But it wasn't Caesar Augustus by no stretch of the imagination, because the math is not math, and the timing is off for him to be that person there he's talking about. Because at the end of the Greek Empire. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Okay, so here, just so you can see a little timeline here. So Alexander the Greek conquered Persia, it said, in 334 BC. This began a 10-year campaign that ended with the complete conquest of Achaemenid Persian Empire. Okay, so that was 334 BCE. So if you subtract 240 from 334 BC, okay, that gives you 94 BCE. Okay. Now we have a discrepancy because that's 240 years later. That's 94 BCE. But 94 BCE didn't end actually. If you go back to was the Battle of Corinth, right? Okay, so the battle, the Roman Republic defeated Greece in 146 BC at the Battle of Corinth. This event marked the end of the Greek independence. So it was 146 BC was the Battle of Corinth, right? So if you take 145, right, and you back up 240 years from that, let's see, what do we get? 146 is 200, that would be 346, 366 BCE. 366 would put us close to maybe Philip of Macedonia, Alexander's father. Okay, so that's kind of possible that they could say, but 240, yeah. So from 194 BCE, the battle of Corinth, 146 BCE, the Battle of Corinth. So, but anyway, the point I'm making is this here is that it couldn't be Caesar Augustus because he came after that. So that the person that they're talking about in this book is not Caesar Augustus. Okay, Caesar Augustus, right? Caesar Augustus, this is Livius.org. Caesar Augustus was the first emperor of the Roman world. Okay, now Nathaniel says he was the second. Okay, but so you see here, Caesar Augustus from 25 BCE, he ruled, right? Now, there's a couple of discrepancies with math because it says here 27 to 14, right? So that's about, let's see, 40, let's see, 27 plus 14, 30. So it's 44, 43, 42, 41, about 41 years, right? So that's 41 years of him reigning, and he didn't reign to 27 BCE. So he couldn't be that one that they're talking about. So you got 140 BCE. So whoever that was came around that time. It could have been Zepho, but it wasn't Augustus, right? So, yeah, it wasn't Augustus at all. And Julius Caesar ruled 100 to 44 BC. So it wasn't him. So before him, it must have been it could have possibly been Zepho that ruled, but it wasn't Julius. It wasn't Caesar Augustus. So Nathaniel's stretching on that, very much stretching on that. Okay. So that's not mathing up. Okay. So here's the source. He says, the Chronicle resumes the story of the kings of Persia and of the princes after Alexander. Okay, I went past it. Ptolemy Decianus succeeded, and commentaries say that he ruled the people of the cavern, and the end of 240 years of the empire of the Greeks passed to the Romans. Okay, to a man who descended from Esau, namely Augustus. Okay, then it just says he reigned 56 years. So Caesar Augustus, according to the historical record, reigned, as we said, about 40 something, maybe 41 years. But this Augustus said he reigned about 56 years, right? Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I think I saw something that makes a little sense here. Okay, let's read that again. See, that's why when you read, you have to read with comprehension, because if you read stuff fast and you just see something that you want, yeah. See, Augustus, right? Now let's read it again this time. Okay. So he says, at the end of 240 years, the empire of the Greeks passed to the Romans, to a man who descended from Esau, namely Augustus. Now watch this now. Who reigned? Augustus, right? He reigned 56 years, and in the 42nd year of his reign, there's a footnote there, okay, 52nd year. Okay. Maybe they're saying that's a typo. But in the, where was I at? 56 years, in the 42nd year. Okay, so he's saying it should be 52nd instead of 42nd. 56 years. Okay, whatever. And of his reign, Esau, son of Miriam, was born. Between Esau and Alexander, there was a space of 319 years. So who's Alexander? Between Esau and Alexander, there's 319 years. So Esau, the son of Augustus, between Esau and Alexander, it was 319 years. So we have a number there. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one down here. So basically it's saying 319 years. So Alexander died. He died 335. Let's see. When did Alexander die? Okay. So 323. So subtract that from 319, which will leave 4 BC. So his son, the son of Augustus, was born 4 BC. Something's not adding up. Anyway, Augustus was born before that. So this son would have been 4 years, been born around this time. So, but anyway, that wasn't Caesar Augustus in that book that they wrote about. That was another Augustus, so you can't use that. Okay. That's major. That's a major stretch to make that be Caesar Augustus. Okay. So once again, he says, Chronicle resumes the story of the king. It was 100 and between Esau and Alexander, there was a space of 319 years. The Chronicle resumes the story of the kings of Persian princes after Alexander. When the empire passed from the Greeks to the Romans, the king came from Rome, crossed Tigris, and made conquests. His name was Antiochus, right? Son of Dara, elder, opposed and sued him in battle. 7 years after Constantine, a king of Rome, came to avenge the death of Antiochus. One of the king's provinces gave him battle, defeat him, and pursued him to Rome, destroying the city. Then Constantine fled and founded Constantinople. Okay. Let's go back into the video here, okay?
Bang a tambourine and twerk. So give me the third Caesar. You got Tiberius. He's the third.
I'm going to skip through all of that. So, interesting. I'm going to wrap it up with some other information. But preferably by now, you should be able to see by now that there's so much holes. I mean, That doctrine has been destroyed by his own sources. Now, I'm going to show you some stuff, some extra, and we're going to blow, because these Caesars were not Edomites at all. They were Roman Indo-Europeans, just like they've always been. They're not Edomites, right? So Bishop Nathaniel went all through that to lay a foundation to show you, or to falsify, that the Romans were Edomites. Okay, now we're going to show you from a source called The Life of Julius Caesar. This is a book by Henry George Liddell, published in 1859. This is older than the books that he's quoting from. Okay, let's go in. This is page, what page is this here? Hold on a second. Okay, this is page 7, I think. Okay, I don't see a number, but anyway. The Life of Julius Caesar, chapter 1. It says, "See, Julius Caesar was born of an old patrician family in the year of 100 BC. He was therefore 6 years younger than Pompey and Cicero. His father, C. Caesar, did not live to reach the consulship. His uncle Sextus held that high dignity in 91 BC, just before the outbreak of the social war," right? So Julius Caesar was a patrician, right? So what are patricians? Okay, so this time we're going to go to Wikipedia, and Wikipedia says the patricians, from Latin patricius, were originally a group of ruling class families, right? So Julius Caesar was a patrician. He was a family member of the ruling class. That's where the patrician is. Now, Nathaniel read that. He was reading about Julius Caesar. It said patrician in there, right? So he was of the ruling class families in ancient Rome, right? Ancient Rome. The distinction was highly significant in the Roman kingdom and the early republic, but its relevance waned after the conflict of the orders 494 BC to 287 BC. By the time of the late republic, the empire membership in the patriarch was of only nominal significance, right? So that was, now check this out right here, right? I have a little source I'm going to read, but this actually covers some of it. According to Livy was one of the Roman writers, historians. The first 100 men appointed senators by Romulus were referred to as fathers, Latin patres, and the descendants of those men became the patrician class. Let me read that again. According to Livy, the first 100 men appointed senators by Romulus. We're going to cover who Romulus in a minute. Okay, you can see right there, it says Romulus was the legendary founder of the first kingdom of Rome. Various traditions attributed to establishment of the many of Rome's oldest legal, political, religious, and social institutions of Romulus. Okay, so he was Romulus. This is where referred to as the fathers, patres, and the descendants of those men became the patrician class, right? This account is also described by Cicero, another historian. The appointment of these 100 men into the Senate gave them noble status, right? So they were the patricians. So Julius Caesar was a patrician. He was not an Edomite, right? He was of the ruling class, the Roman fathers, right? Romulus being the first one, right? Okay. Okay, here's another source for you. It's called Early Rome. This was written by Einane Wilhelm. And I probably messed the name up, but that's okay. This is on page 9. Let's blow it up. Okay, let's go over here. All right. Let's move this over so y'all can see. And let's blow it up a little bit. Okay. It says sources of history of Rome, right? We purpose in the present volume to trace the history of Rome through its early stages from the foundation of the city to its destruction by the Gauls, or the language of the old analysis from Romulus, its first founder, so its second founder, Camillus. Okay. We shall have to review a period of nominally 3 centuries and a half, a person as long as that which separates us from the Protestant Reformation, from Luther to Charles V to Henry VIII. Okay. So Romulus is the founder of Rome, not Esau, because in another, I think that Esau and Edom book says Esau founded Rome. He didn't found Rome. No. Okay. Now, okay, here's another reference here. This is a book entitled The History of Rome from the Earliest Times to the Establishment of the Empire, with chapters on the history, literature, and art. This is page 41, okay? We're going to read this paragraph right here. It says, let me just back up right. The clients or vessels, being wholly dependent upon their patrons, had no part in the body polite, nor have they the right of, let me zoom this in, my eyes is playing tricks on me, it's getting late. Comitium by their curia, when they choose their kings or made laws. At first, then there were only 2 classes of freemen at Rome, patrons, that's where your patricians, and clients, and all the powers was in the hands of the patrons. These patrons or lords also took the name of patres or patrici, fathers or patricians. In after times, the name of patres was confined to the senators and the descendants of the old patrons or patres were called patricians. The patricians were at this time the same as the burgesses. The patricians were divided into certain private associations called gentes. Okay, right. Now, you're going to like this here. Watch this here. This is deep. So, this is going to show you who the Romans are. They're Gentiles. They're not Shemites. Okay. It says the patricians were divided into certain private associations called gentes, which we may translate the house or clans. All the members of each gens were called Gentiles. They were called Gentiles, and they bore the same name, which always ended in ius. As for instance, every member of the Julian gens or Julian Gentiles was a Julius. Every member of the Cornelian gens was a Cornelius, and so on. Now, in every gens or Gentiles, right, there were a number of families which were distinguished by a name added to their name of the gens. Thus, the Scipios, the Sulas, the Senas, the Cephagi, the Lethuli were all families of the Cornelian gens or Gentiles. Lastly, every person of every family was denoted by a name prefixed to the name of gens. The name of the person was in Latin a pronomen, that of the gens or house of nomen, that of the family of cognomen. Thus, Caius Julius Caesar was a person of the Caesar family in the Julian gens. Cornelius, etc., their cognomen or surname Caesar, Scipio, etc. These gentes may be compared to the Scottish clans, in which there are many families, as in the clan Campbell. There are great families in Argyll and whatever that name is, and others. Whether the gents were originally connected by blood or not is hard to say, but whether it was so or no, it is certain that they ceased to be so, just as the Scottish clans, but they were bound together by certain private sacred rites called Sacra Gentilicia, of which we have seen one example in the case of the Horatian gens. There's a little star there. It says chapter 2, verse 3, in the Middle Ages, Freetown, Italy, and Germany. Okay, so there you have your Gentiles, brothers and sisters. These Romans were not Edomites. They were not Shemitic at all. They are Indo-Eurasians, descendants of Japheth, Gentiles. Okay. So Genesis 10:5 says it like this. Says, by these were the isles of the Gentiles, or the gens, or the Romans, divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. So they were Gentiles. They were not Semitic, right? That patrician connects them back to Gentile. That's why they use the name Gentile in the King James, because Gentile is a reference to the sons of Japheth. Okay. Now I have two more sources for you. We're going to wrap this up. Okay. So this one here is going to show you. So the Romans were not Edomites. They were Japhites. And we're going to show you that after the Romans lost their power and control to another descendant of Japheth, right? The German tribes. So let's go to this book. Is entitled The History of Rome and the Roman People from Its Origin. This is volume 2, part 2. Okay. It says, the last century of the Roman Republic witnessed but 3 great wars. Let me say that, read that again, right? Now, remember, let me just say this. Remember when Bishop Nathaniel was saying Roman Republic is Japheth, Roman Empire is Esau. Okay, watch this here. Watch this. Right?
You're going to learn today.
Okay, let's go back. The last century of the Roman Republic witnessed but 3 great wars. Those against the Cimbri, right? The Mithridates. I need to blow this up so I can see what I'm reading. Okay, let's bring this over here. Okay, let's bring it up. Can I bring it up? Can't bring it up no far. Okay, all right. The last century of, where's my seeing eyeglasses at here? The last century of the Roman Republic witnessed but three great wars, those against Cimbri, Mithridates, and the Gauls, right? We're going to do a series on the Gentiles in the future. We're going to break all those babies down, all right? Cimbri, where you get your Irish people from, right? Mithridates, and Gauls, where you get your Germans from, right? Okay. At the same time, no period in her history was more sanguinary, for during that entire period, the Romans ceased scarcely for a day to turn their arms one against another. The conquerors of the world now cut each other's throat to determine who should enjoy the spoils, right? All right. So you're talking about the 10 toes, right? Let's look at this part right here. It says the Gracili Pacific through revolutionary will fight and die as did the tribunes of the earlier day upon the Capitol and the Aventine. But for their battlefield, Marius and Sylla will take Italy, Caesar and Pompeius, the whole Roman world. Okay. All right. So it's a lot more in that. I'm not going to read the rest of it because I'm trying to wrap this up. So let's go to one other source here, and this is remember earlier in the video, Nathaniel mentioned something about Latins. He said they were Esau. So let's go back into that. Okay. So let's go to our next source. This is called The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms, amended to which is prefixed a short chronicle from the first memory of things in Europe to the conquest of Persia by Alexander the Greek. Okay. So now this is on page 49 here, right? So we're going to start right here in this paragraph here. It reads rather. Let me see if I can move this to one page. Okay, that's better on my eyes. Oh, man, I like that. Okay, page 49. Okay. It says, as for the chronology of the Latins, the people that Bishop Nathaniel was talking about, as for the chronology of the Latins, that is still more uncertain. Let me see that again. As for the chronology of the Latins, that is still more uncertain, right? Plutarch, a writer, Roman writer, represents great uncertainties in the originals of Rome, and so does Servius, another historian. The old records of the Latines were burnt by the Gauls, right? So if the records was burnt by the Gauls, brother, where would you get a source of information to tell you that Esau came from the Latins? So this book, incidentally, was written in 1728. Okay. So the guy came back in the 19th century and wrote, he knows the Esau is the Latins. Suspect, right? Okay. So go back in. So it said originals of Rome, and so Servius, the records of the Latins were burnt by the Gauls 120 years after the refuge. Okay. The 64 years before the death of Alexander the Greek, and Quintus Fabius Pictor, the oldest historian of the Latins, lived 100 years later than the king and took almost all things from Diocles Perthes, a Greek. The chronologers of Gallia, Spain, Germany, Scythia, Sweden, Britain, and Ireland are of a date still later. See, let me read that again. The chronology of Gallia, right? That's the Gauls. Spain, right? Germany, Scythia, Sweden, Britain, and Ireland are of a date still later, for Scythia beyond and Danube had no letters till Euphilus, their bishop, formed them. So they didn't even have a language, which was about 600 years after the death of Alexander the Greek. And Germany had none till it received them from the Western Empire of the Latins above 700 years after the death of that king. The Huns had none in the days of Procopius, who flourished 850 years after the death of that king. And Sweden and Norway received them still later. And things said to be done above 100 or 200 years before the use of letters are of little credit. Okay. So there goes your Latins being Edomites. The records was burnt. So whatever source that you have that tries to allude, that tries to say that Rome or Esau was the Latins, it's not credible. Okay. So, brothers and sisters, I am going to end this Shabbat lesson, and prayerfully you got something out of this, and we'll see. I'm going to cut in there. I was going to do the end. Okay. My timer just went off. Okay, hold on a second. Some kind of way. It's going to continue to buzz. I got to get up and get it. Hold on a second. I'll be right back because I want to address comments and anything anybody has to say. So let me get this timer off.
Sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah. We are the sons and daughters.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay, now, I want to look at some questions, comments. I know this lesson, it was a lot in this lesson. And, I'm hearing noises. Maybe it's I don't know. Let's see. So yeah, it was a lot that was covered. Now, that's why you're going to have to buy the book, because I know through the whole series, everything that was shared, you can't contain all of that. This is stuff that you need to have to refer back to, because one brother came in and said, people come in and take a cheap shot and then they step out, right? Okay. If this doctrine, first I'm gonna say a couple things to express my sentiment as to why this is so important, right? Okay. But I want to say this here is that to the brother that commented, I'm trying to see the brother's name. What was the brother's name? Israel something. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong Let me hold on a second. Let me pull up the live stream, and I can go back to some of the comments. But I want to address this brother by name because he might not be still in the chat, but I want y'all to let this brother know, okay, if you know him. So let me see if I can pull out the brother's name real quick. Hold on one second. I was on my other computer and the chat, following the chat. So on the main computer that I'm on now, where I'm actually sharing the detail, it's not there. Now, why am I showing no connection? Why am I showing that I have no connection? Okay. Maybe I do have connection. I don't know why my phone is saying no connection, but I'm trying to look at the comments here. So let's see. How can I get back to these comments? Because I want to address this brother who, I tell you what he said. What he said was, he said that, and people say that Esau is not the white man, can be debunked in a short period of time, right? If that's the case, and I posted in the chat, then why is it more people? There are more people, right? There are more people that believe Esau is the white man that don't believe Esau is the white man. And secondly, a lot of the camps believe that Esau is Ashkenaz, okay, as a nation, right? So now, Esau as a nation, Esau may have some of his seed splurted throughout different nations, right? Because genetic DNA will show you that. You may have some Edomites in Africa. You may have some Edomites in Europe. You may have some Edomites in China, Japan, etc., right? But whole nations of people are not Esau. So this mythological teaching that Esau is the so-called white man is a false doctrine in every form of the doctrine. That's the reason why we're doing this series, because it's so overpowering that we can't witness to people to come under the bonds of the covenant, especially Israelites that's in captivity, as long as that doctrine is being taught, because it causes a reservation for Israelites when they come in contact with a teaching that we Israel, and then they hear all this hatred, right, towards the so-called white man, and they make him Esau. Then we lose our progression into the end time because we regress back, right? So the Most High has a number that he's trying to reach with not hate-filled doctrine, but with the covenant to return. That's the whole thing in Deuteronomy 30, is that he said we are to return to the covenant, not return to preaching that Esau, whoever you might believe he is. So the purpose of this is to prove to you that he's not, so we can stop this teaching of hatred, and we can reach the Israelite brothers and sisters in captivity with the truth of the covenant. Let Yah handle who he's going to judge, right? Because we as a nation are continuously being judged because we fail to return to the covenant when we hate. If you believe Esau is a white man, you breaking Torah. So you still are in disobedience to the covenant. Okay? That's the reason for this. From the prophetic dynamic, most of you all don't know how to decipher prophecy, right? Unless you spend hours studying prophecy and studying these nations, you're putting labels on people who are not the people that the prophecy is pertaining to. So if you make a prophecy on Esau be a people is not, then you're going to miss the time period, the time frame that the Most High has orchestrated for our captivity. That's why it's important. The table of nations is so important, because if we don't know who's who, how do we confirm that various different prophecies are being fulfilled if we got the wrong people in the picture? If we're making Esau be Gog, or we're making Gog and Magog be Esau, and so we're pronouncing the judgment of Gog and Magog, then who is Gog and Magog? Right? Okay? Because Gog and Magog can't be China, because the camp teaching says that that China is Moab. So we lose tremendously in the prophetic flow because we're trying to follow a teaching, right, that doesn't make any sense. Now, I want to get to my comments, because your comments are very important. So I would like for you all in your time, when you go back and revisit this lesson, you watch a segment, make some comments at various different timestamps, because I want to hear what your thoughts are. Because if I presented something that wasn't clear, I'm a teacher by nature, right? I probably should have been a college professor, because this is what really, besides my music, of course, but this is what really motivates me, right? I love teaching world history. I love teaching prophecy, because prophecy and world history sync, right? Now I have a book here, right, that I mentioned, right? It's called The Battles, right? The Battles That Change History, right? I have a tab here, but I'm trying to get to these comments, because I want to know the brother Atal, if he's in the chat. So let's see if I can get, hold on one second. I want to get to my comments here. So let's see, hold on a second. Because you are very important. What you have to say is important to me, because I'm a person that, okay, how come I can't get to the stream? Hold on a second. Okay, important. Okay, wait a minute. What you have to say, let's mute this microphone. All right. Let's see, live chat. Join. How come I can't join the live chat? This is messing up. Okay, all right. I can't even see nobody's comments. Let me see. Hold on a second. Now, all my comments are gone. The last comment I see was at 12:30, and is now. What time is it now? Okay, women 12:30. Stay strong. Okay, Lion Pride. I did see Lion Pride's comment. Okay, stay strong. Okay. Caesar and Judah. Okay. Yeah. So where's the brother at? The brother that Atal. Where's he at? The sister commented. Suzanne, I don't know if she's still here. She asked the question, right? So prayerfully, she got her answer to the question, because she wanted to know. Some people are offended because they see Nathaniel's picture on the back screen. They think this is an attack against him. And we're not attacking him. You notice I was respectful in addressing him as his title, Bishop Nathaniel. I've never called him out his name. I never called him so-called bishop. I called him by his name, because, hey, if you say the Most High called you to a specific call, I'm not gonna call you so-called. That's between you and Yah, right? So if you say you're a prophet or apostle, I'm gonna call you by the name you say the Most High called you, the calling you say he called you to. I'm not gonna disrespect you, right? But at the same time, as a teacher, right, we have to make each other accountable, right? And for some reason or another, I still can't see these comments, even on my phone. Okay. It makes me wonder whether or not I'm being monitored because my comments are being hidden. See, I already know. See, the powers that be don't have a problem. If I was teaching all that foolishness, right, this channel, I wouldn't have all these issues with people finding the channel, people chatting in the channel, people questioning, because look, I'm an open book. And if you want to question me about what I teach, I'm open to questions, right? Okay, Charles Daniels. I see. Okay, I see. I'm starting to see comments now. Okay, all right. He says, white folks are not Edomites. Edom was a black African man, but he was red like black people can become. Right. So, so you know the truth. Now, we covered all that in this whole series, right? Next week, if y'all permits, I'm still in the land of the living. We're going to wrap this series up, and we're going to go, because we're preparing for the Pesach. So we're going to get into some other stuff, right? Okay. So if anybody that's on this stream now have any questions about the series, right? If you have any questions about the reason why, and I went over and told you why we're doing the series, why we did the series, okay? By request, Light to the Gentiles asked if we would go and do. So by his request, we opted to give you data from the book we are writing, okay? We didn't give you everything out the book because I have a lot more. So it's going to be in different volumes. The first volume is going to be Esau is not the white man from their sources. Okay. So that's what this series right here is. Okay. Okay. And then so that's going to be in different volumes. Okay. Because it's going to be a lot of information, and I might have volume 1, 2, or 3. Okay. We'll talk about the origin of the doctrine. We'll talk about who Esau is, who he married, his family, right? Because when you look at Esau, who Esau married, there's no way possible that you can make him be the so-called white man, okay? The camps teach that the curse, that leprosy, the Canaanites were cursed with white skin with leprosy, right? We're going to cover that in the book. We're going to prove to you that it was not leprosy that the Canaanites had, because the Israelites intermarried the Canaanites in Judges chapter 3. So if the Canaanites were white, then that would make the Israelites white too. So you can't use that argument. We're going to cover in the book, we're going to talk about the red. We covered that in the series. We talked about red, what the color red represents when Esau was red, okay? In the book, we talk about where Esau's dwelling was, the cleft of the rock, which is not Caucasus Mountains, which what the camps teach, but the cleft of the rock is a land called Petra, right? Petra means rock, right? It's in Saudi Arabia where Esau lived, which is south of the southern kingdom of Yehuda, right? That's where Esau set his throne, not in the Caucasus Mountains as the camps try to teach. That's going to be in the book, okay? All that's going to be in the book, okay? So we're going to cover every little crevice and crack. We're not going to leave a stone unturned. And this series we just did just now, we just proved to you, we just debunked that the Roman Caesars are Esau. We debunked that with their sources. And then we went out and got some extracurricular sources to prove that Esau, the descendants of Rome, or the patricians, right? They were the elite status of Rome. And the elite stat, ISIS teach that, the elite status of Rome was Esau. No. They were the patricians who were descendants of Japheth, fulfilling prophecy of Genesis 9, which says that Japheth, Yah shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. So who's dwelling in the tents of Shem? It's not Esau, right? Okay, Charles said what? Let's see. I'm getting some comments. Let me slow down here. Look at some of these comments. Okay. Lion Pride says Shabbat Shalom, stay strong. And hallelujah, Todayah. I plan to stay strong. Okay. All right. This is me here. Okay. I'm working on the building here. All right. Let's see. Where's my glasses at here so I can see these comments here? Okay. Charles Daniel said, right, because, okay, I read that one already. Okay. I said, like said, let me just pull this on the screen so y'all can see the comments here. How do I do this here? Let's do this here. I don't want y'all to see me. I want y'all to see these comments. Let's see. Can I do this? Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's try it like that. And then let me bring myself back on the screen here so y'all can see my pretty face. I'm kidding. I don't think I'm pretty. I'm just joking. Just kidding. Just having fun. Let me see. So, where is I took myself out of the equation here. So I'm on the display full. Okay, right. Now I gotta bring myself back up. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. Okay, now, okay, Light said, yep, I can't even get my Esau videos seen because I was saying he was white. I would have 50%. Right, that's correct. You would. If you was telling that lie, your channel would just skyrocket. You would get like thousands of views, right? But when you teach the truth, you don't get those views. They hide your channel. You hide your channel. They hide your videos from people. It surprises me every now and then I get somebody that used to follow us on our other channel say, brother, I've been looking for you for years, right? Because they hide us, right? Okay, now, Charles says Edomite were the Romans from the North Africa. Of the Edomites were the Romans from North Africa. They were a mixed people. Remember, Edom married his uncle Ishmael's daughter. She was Ethiopian and Hebrew because of Esau, so her blood type would read. Let me back up again. You're saying Edomites were the Romans from North. Are you questioning that or are you stating that? Because you said Edom was black. Okay. So are you saying black Romans? Is that what you're saying? Because if they were Romans, they wouldn't be black. The Romans were from Japheth, right? Okay, what am I getting here? Okay. I thought I was getting a text message on my phone. Okay, now let's see. Let's go back in here. So let's see. Rich says it's simple. Esau was ruddy, not redneck red. I mean, Rich, that's simple to us, but to the camps, it's not simple because if that was the case, I wouldn't have to do this. I wouldn't have to be doing this teaching, right? But it never fails. Everywhere I go, if you sit down and have a conversation with Hebrew Israelite, at some point in time in their discussion, they still feel like that Esau's a white man or Esau's Ashkenazi. So it seems simple to you because you comprehend the simple things. But the masses of Israelites had drunk the Kool-Aid. They believe that foolishness, right? Now, It's simple. Esau was ready. It's simple. Simple to those of us who can make common sense. Like to the Gentiles, right? We can see common sense, but people, they look at you like you blind because you don't see that Esau is white, man. That's what the camps do. He married Hamite, so did his son. I mean, we're gonna in the book. That will be in the book. So you have hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the Israelite camps that believe that, brother. So it's not simple. Somebody's got to deal with the subject and write about it, and I chose to do that, right? Because it's something that's going to continue to pop up until we are returned back to the land. Okay. All right. Charles says, blood type would read E1B1 and Abo because father Abraham married Hagar, Egyptian. Y'all don't remember that those were the Romans from North Africa that oppressed the black Africans that lived. So, I mean, let's call them who they are. Okay? That's why you're gonna need to buy the book, because they're not Romans. I get your point you're making, but the people that oppressed people in North Africa were not Romans. Okay? They were Hamites. They were from Ham. They were not from Japheth. Romans are from Japheth. Romulus and Remus is the founder of Rome. They were the Latin people, and they were not Edomites. Okay? They were Japhetic people, so they're not Romans. So I get what you're saying, my brother, but let's be accurate. We can't teach falsehood as truth. They're not Romans. They were not Romans, right? Now, they may have been Roman citizens living in the Roman Peninsula, if that's what you mean, but they were not literal Romans, right? Just like we're American citizens, but we're not Americans. We're not ethnic Europeans, right? Okay. Okay. Rich says what? The Caucasoid is worse than Esau. We were commanded not to hate our brother Esau. That's correct. It did say over slave masters are our brothers. Wait a minute. It did say our slave masters were our brothers. We can hate them. They won't ever progress to loving us. Okay. Now, you made a statement there, brother. You came to the right channel. When you make a statement, you got to give me some receipts, because you made a statement that said it didn't say over slave masters. I guess you're saying our slave masters are our brothers. We can hate them. They won't ever progress to loving us. Okay. Now, first off, we don't have any slave masters right now. Okay? We have what Paul calls spiritual wickedness, right? We have principalities, powers, rulers of darkness. That's what we have now, okay? We're under the government of the Gentile nations in all four corners of the globe. Every nation that we're under are Gentiles, including China, Japan, etc. They are descendants of Japheth. That's who we're under. We're under the Gentile rule, the times of the Gentiles, right? Okay. Now, so the camp doctrine want to make Esau to be China and Japan to be Moab, Ammon and Moab. You can't do that because they're Gentiles. Okay. And that's going to be in the book. Okay. Now, it didn't say over slave. Okay, all right, so I read that part there. The North Africans were black Ethiopian and African people with two nations, Rebecca, whom because Edom married his uncle Ishmael's daughter, which was part of Ethiopian Hebrews because of Edom. Okay, you're right. The Romans were black Ethiopian Africans because, again, Edom. No, that's wrong, Charles. The Romans were not black Ethiopians. The Romans were Romans. You won't find no reference to Romans being black. The only people that was black in that region was the Etruscans. That's why you're going to have to get the book, because we're going to break that down in the book. Those Romans were not black. They were Japhetic. They may have had some melanization appearance. They weren't like the Caucasus Europeans, if that's your point. They would look more like your Spanish people, right? Your Hispanic people, right? They have a tannish complexion, but they weren't like us. Okay. The only people that would look like us would be the Etruscan people. Like I said, you're going to have to buy the book, because we're going to have a section on that to explain who that is. Now, tune in next week, because we'll talk about a piece of that next week. Okay. All right. So no, you can't teach because you don't have no receipts to prove the Romans were black. Okay. And some of them may have had some features that look like us, but as a whole, the Roman people were from the seed of Japheth, right? Okay. The ones that intermingle or mix with some of the predecessors of the Roman Peninsula, for example, like I said, the Etruscans, Eturi, right? They may have some tonation in them, but not all of them, right? Okay. This is stuff that I've studied, so, and it's going to be in the book. So, I mean, you're arguing with somebody who's got receipts, which we're going to bring next week. All right, let me see. Because Jacob did what? Jacob stole his brother's birthright. They never forgave, therefore, brother Jacob. They became their oppressors of black African and Hebrew people in Africa, because Africa is Israel. Okay. So the African Israel doctrine is coming to play. I'm not even going to address that. We already covered that in a previous lesson. Don't try to crowbar Ethiopian Hamites into our lineage, sir. We know that the Ethiopians in a coalition with Russian, I'm the Gog Magog shielding of Yasharal when we take back our land and prospering. Okay, so looks like Rich and Charles is going back and forth now. Something you said was interesting here. Knowing the Ethiopians in the coalition with Russian, I'm the Gog. Okay, I'm the Gog. I'm not making. So please, y'all, when y'all post comments, please proof check what you're saying before you post, because I don't know what the hell you're saying when you say certain things, because you're adding stuff and it makes no sense to me when I'm reading it. So I need to be able to comprehend what you're saying so I can respond to what you're saying, right? If I seem like I'm frustrated, I'm not frustrated. This is how I am, right? So when I see stuff that's not facts, I'm going to speak up, because this channel, I deal with facts. I don't deal with hypotheticals. I don't deal with philosophy. People say philosophy. It makes no sense to me. If you have no receipts, you saying stuff on this channel, I'm going to chop it up. That's how I am. All right. So if I seem like I'm frustrated, I'm not frustrated. I'm attacking falsehood. Okay. All right. So where was I at now? Rich said, don't be a crowbar Ethiopian Hamites into our lineage, sir. We know that Ethiopians are in coalition with Russia and God. Now, let me say this here, right? Okay. You're going to have to come in next week. I'm going to cover some of this in the next week's series, right? Okay. Some of the Ethiopians are Edomites. Let me say that again. Some of the Ethiopians are Edomites. Some of the Igbos are Edomites, right? Some of the Ghanaians are Edomites, right? Some of the Saudi Arabians are Edomites, right? I'm giving you answers already, and we're gonna prove it next Shabbat. All this stuff can be proved through DNA, through history, and etc. Right? Okay. So Esau is in every nation, just like Israel is. Matter of fact, your brother that attends the Shabbat class with you just might be an Edomite. He just might be an Edomite. Okay. Now, there goes your E1, B1, B1B, E1, B1A. Okay. Now, Richie, don't. Okay. Issachar Yehuda said, Edomites are a bloodline and they look like people of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and it's by the father's line. Okay. So Issachar, you're right. Edomites are a bloodline. You're right about what you just said. And they look like people of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Okay. That's what I just said. So what you're saying is right. It's by the father's line, right? So whole nations of people, you can't identify Esau by whole nation because Esau is not a whole nation today. So when you make the Ashkenazi be, or the so-called white man be Esau, it's a false doctrine because you can't make Esau be a whole nation because he's not. And you can't use Second Ezra's Esau's the end of the world. See who's ruling the world today. That's not even what they're saying. Ask the campers when they quote John 3:16, right? What do they mean when they say, "For Yah so loved the world," right? What world are we talking about? We talking about the whole world, all four corners, or are we talking about the world of the Israelites? Okay, so when you say Esau is the end of the world, that same world that you apply to John 3:16 should apply to Esau, to Second Esdras. If Esau is the end of the world, that means Esau is the end of the rulership of the kingdom of Israel, because he was the last rulership, Herod, that ruled in Israel. So he is the end of the Israelite world. And so what does that mean when you say Jacob is he that followed? If you follow Second Esdras, okay, it's good, it's fine. But let's rightly divide that. So that means that which follows is followed for a futuristic date, which is the date when we return back with the Mashiach back to the land of promise. Okay? It's not talking about the Gentiles, the end of the world. We can't half this up, use half doctrine, just like the red. See, y'all hypocrites, because red means so-called white man, but when you read red somewhere else, it don't mean so-called white man. It means Israelite. It just don't mean Laban. see how hypocritical that is, right? All right, let me get back to the comments. Okay, where we at here? Okay, Edomites, a bloodline. They look like, right. So that's correct. So so that is what Issachar Yahweh said, right? That's a powerful statement, which is true. Edomites are bloodline. They look like people, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They look like all three. Okay, so Esau did intermingle with the three tribes, right? Just like, I'm gonna tell you something now. Israel intermingled with the seed of beast. That's in the prophecy. So you got some people that look white, right? That just might be an Israelite. How do you hear explosion on that one there? Just because a person look white don't mean they're not an Israelite. Okay. I got some cousins that look white. You can't tell me that they're not a Negro. So you can't do that. All right. Neither can you make whole nation be an Edomite, right? Okay. That won't fly. All right. Now, let me see where we at here. Rich says in Gog and Magog. Okay. So Rich said what? Rich said Ethiopians in coalition with Russians. I'm the Gog and Magog, shielding Yasharah when we take back our land and prospering in Gog and Magog. So yes, right. So So that's who your general national so-called white man is. They are Gog, right? Magog. We covered that in a previous lesson, right? Indisputable facts. Professor Dr. James Wood's dictionary nails it completely, right? Okay, now. Charles Daniels says the Romans was Edomites. You know, Herat was black North African man that lived in Morocco as king, or today in modern days, the president. Okay, so Charles, you hung up on this Romans being Edomites. Okay, so let's help you out here real quick. Do you go to the Table of Nations? This is why you need to leave the camp. If you follow camp doctrine, you're gonna miss it, because camp doctrine don't teach you this right. They have an agenda. The agenda is to recruit black people that are angry at white people, right? And now they kind of softened it up, but they used to be in the streets attacking white people, having them down, licking, kissing their feet. Now they don't do that, but it's still indoctrinated in the doctrine. It's still in the psyche of them, right? So when you go to Genesis 10, let me just pull this over real quick out the way. Okay, let me see. Okay? All right. Genesis 10, right? You got to get this on your belt. Genesis 10 and 2 through 5 tells you who the Romans are. Okay, we're going to do a whole series on your Pheth seed, so you can see that the Romans were not black, brother. They were not Edomites. They were not black. The Romans were Yefeth. Like I said, some of them have some melanin due to the mix with the indigenous people, the Etruscans, but Etruscans were not Japheth. They were Ham. Okay, now, so you gotta read that. Let me see. So Romans, we got to stop that. Romans were not black. They were. So what you're basically trying to say is the slave class were not Romans. So there's a terminology that they use, and I'm going to cover this in my book too. They use the terminology Berber. Okay. Those are the people that were enslaved. Those Berbers were the Etruscans that were there in the land, the majority of them that they enslaved that were black. Okay. Some of them, they end up mixing the seed with the Italians, with the Romans, but they were actually Hamitic people, right? Canaanites. Some of them were Edomites. Some of the Etruscans were Edomites. There's an intermixture. We're going to cover that next spot. All right. So now let's go back in here. So Light said, "What? We do have Hamites in our line because there were Hamite women." That's correct. Rahab was in it. That's right. Right. Yeah. So yeah. So I mean, and Light, you're correct on that. Exodus. What is it? 16 talks about, was it the mixed multitude? Was it 16? No, it wasn't 16. It was 12. Was it 12? Mixed multitude. Let's see, where is it at here? It's 13. No, it's not 13. Was it? It's 12 somewhere. Where's the mixed multitude at in 12? I think it's 12, right? Okay. Hold on a second. Let me find it real quick. Okay. Okay, let's see. 12 and 38. Okay, 38. So I missed it. Here's right here. 12 and 38. Okay. So he said a mixed multitude went up with them, right? Out up. So we already know that Israel intermarried with Hamitic people, the tribe of Judah. We covered that in the previous lesson. Okay, so yeah, we know there are some Hamites. Matter of fact, here's one. Here's one that'll prove to you that some of the males in Israel just might be Canaanites, right? How about Judges 3, right? Judges 3 says that the Israelites, right, this is verse 5, the children of Israel dwelt amongst the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. They took their daughters to be their wives and gave their daughters to their sons and served their deities. So you got Israelites intermarrying with Canaanites. So some of the fathers are Canaanites. Some of the mothers are Canaanites, right? So that's a fact, right? Yehuda gave his sons to Canaanite wives. So that's not a mystery. Okay, now, well, the Caucasian isn't even Esau, so the verse isn't about him. Where we at? Okay, I missed something here. Let me go back. Yes, we are Moses' kids because Moses was Nigerian. He married Jethro, the priest, Ethiopian's daughter. And remember, Joseph married the priest of Egypt. In Israel, Egypt's daughter was under Ramses II. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, right. So his children was a combination of. Now, Charles, there's a debate on whether or not the children, Gershom and Eleazar were Shemaiah or Moses' sons. There's a great debate whether that was Zipporah's children or whether that was an Ethiopian woman, because you do know that Shemaiah or Moses had two wives. Okay, I think in the book of Josephus it talks about that she was Ethiopian. So the Ethiopian that's in Numbers historically is believed that she was not Zipporah. Okay, all right. I used to teach that the Ethiopian woman was Zipporah until I discovered that Shemaiah, Moses, had two wives. So it's possible that the Ethiopian woman in Numbers 22, I think it's Numbers 22, was a different woman, okay, than Zipporah, who was Midian. Okay, all right. So, so you got to be careful with that. Okay, so Moses was Nigerian. Shemaiah's kids. Shemaiah was Nigerian. He married. Okay, no, Shemaiah wasn't Nigerian. He wasn't Nigerian. He was a Hebrew. Okay. Now, are some Nigerians Hebrews? Yes, but Shemaiah was not. There was no country called Nigeria then, my brother. Okay, let's be factual when we sharing stuff. The priest of Ethiopia, well, he wasn't a priest of Ethiopia. He was a priest of Midian, right? Let's deal in facts, right? Okay. So let's just pull it up just for the sake of it, because you got to be careful. See, you if you're going to teach the Bible, you're going to teach stuff like that, you have to have receipts. Okay. So, all right. So here, this is Exodus 3:11. Okay. Shemaiah or Moses, we say Shemaiah because in the book of Jasher, they call him Shemaiah. Moses was the Egyptian name. That's another story. Okay. Kept the flock of Yerithro, or it says Jethro here, but his actual name was not Jethro, it was Yerithro. Okay. His father-in-law, the priest of Midian. Okay. So he was the priest of Midian. Okay. Who did Midian come from? Right. Midian was one of Abraham's grandsons. Somebody attacked me because I said son. A son, grandson. The scriptures interchanges sometimes son with grandson. There's no grandson in the Bible, right? The son of his son. Okay, all right. So when you say Midian was the son of Abraham, I'm not making a false statement. And somebody who said that attacked me. And when I asked him, is a grandfather a father, he ran away. You want to try to attack my person out, try to attack my character by telling me to repent, because I told the brother, look, you have an agenda, okay? You trying to make a point, okay? a grandfather is a father, whether you like it or not. Okay, so anyway, so Jethro was a descendant of Midian, who was the grandson of Abraham, which we find in Genesis. Real quick, I'm gonna show it to you, right? So he was descended through Keturah, right? So you go to Keturah, right? Okay. So you go to Genesis 25:4. Okay, we see here the sons of Midian, right? So let me see. Well, you got where am I here? The sons of Midian. Okay, here we go, right here. So Abraham, this is verse 1, took a wife, her name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Midian and Ishbak. So here you have Abraham's wife. Okay, you know what? I was right. So Midian, okay, I'm getting my stories twisted. It was Epher was the grandson. Okay, that was what the person was debating me about. Okay, so Midian actually is the son. Okay, all right. So, I get battles from people sometimes. People come at me, on the sly, trying to catch me in a trap. I get it, brothers and sisters. People try to catch me in the trap. They try, I've been demonized ever since I've been in this walk. I got foes coming at me from every angle because that's how I know I've been anointed to do this. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm not doing this to make a name for myself. I'm doing this because I've been called to do this. This is what I've been called to do. Okay, so now, so Midian, yes, Midian was the son of Abraham through Keturah, right? So Abraham took a wife, Keturah, so she gave him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak. So Jethro was not an Ethiopian. He was a Midianite. Came through Midian, right? So, all right. Okay. So Rich says what? Okay, Rich, did I read that one already? Esau was only because he was our twin brother. So we are not commended not to hate the Caucasian American. Let me back up for a second here. Okay. So Charles Moses was not a Nigerian. He was a Hebrew, a descendant of the tribe of Levi or Levi, was a Nigerian. Okay, all right. He married the priest who was a Midianite, not an Ethiopian. Right. You had Cush in the region, right? But you're from your father's line, so his father's a Hebrew, so Jethro couldn't be an Ethiopian if his father was a Hebrew. His mother could have been, Keturah could have been a Cushite. I believe she was, but that would make Jethro an Ethiopian because he comes from his father, as the camp teachers got that part down pat. All right, let's go. The fact is, told us not to hate Esau was only because he was our twin brother. So we are not commended to hate the Caucasian American. So now, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Esau was not a Caucasian American, so scratch that. Right. Thank you for that. Like came back and said Caucasian isn't even Esau, so that verse isn't about him. That's correct. However, having a heart full of hate will still blind you and set you to the lake of fire. That's correct. That's why we're doing this series. So hating the white man doesn't work well. Right. Now, Charles says that's why we have the blood type E1B1 and Igbo are a mix with two tribes, because the Chinese are the Nigerian people are part of a couple of tribes in Israel plus Ethiopia. Brother, there's a book. Maybe I'll do a series on that book. There's a book written by, you sound like that brother that I was reading his book. He way off. He wrote a book about to prove Esau was a white man. It's a brother, Israelite brother, wrote a book. And I was like, man, this doctrine is really deep. It's embedded in the psyche of a lot of these brothers, right? But no, Chinese people if you got some black people that are in China, they are either it's going to be in the book too. They're either Edomite Canaanites or possibly a blend of Canaanite Edomites, right? Because the first voyagers were Phoenicians. They were Canaanites. They were, in one of my sources, it actually says the Phoenicians were Edom. Okay. So you have a combination of Edomites and Canaanites. You have Hannibal, who was the Carthaginian king. He was a Canaanite / Edomite. Okay. Which is going to be in our book. All this is going to be in the book. We're going to tap and touch. Next week we'll touch some of that next week in the lesson. Okay. Now, let me see. So where am I at? That's why okay. So no, Chinese are not Nigerians. Okay. It sounds like you might be a Nigerian. Maybe that's why you want to make everybody Nigerian, right? We can't make everybody black too, right? Everybody in the Bible wasn't black. Okay. All the Greeks weren't black. All the Romans weren't black. You had some people that had melanin that looked like us that were in the mix, yes. But no, not the whole nation. We try to make a whole nation be something they're not. That's crazy, right? Okay, let me get back in. Let's see where we at. Both Ethiopia and Levi and Judah, because the tribe of Judah and Levi mixed together because they were promised. Remember it. Elizabeth was Mary's cousin. She was from black tribe of Judah, and her husband was okay. All right. So what that got to do with your previous comment about them being Chinese being Nigerian? I'm not sure. The Dead Sea Scroll number 7 states clearly that Sarah, the matriarch, the tribe of Israel, was white. What? Prove it, Mr. Shroud. Who's the Shroud of the Logos? Prove it. Prove your point. Post a link. Post a link and you cite your source, because people talk crazy all the time and say all kinds of foolishness, right? So it says she was matriarch of the tribe, was white. Okay. So obviously you're new here and you're fishing for answers, I guess. But we can prove that right there. Who was she was the daughter of Sariah was the daughter of Abraham's uncle, wasn't she? Okay, let me see. Hold on a second. So if you're making Sarah white, if your source says that Sarah was white, then Abraham was white too. Okay, so furthermore, there's no such thing as white people anyway. It's tribal people, right? So let's see something here right quick. Okay. Okay, you know what? If anybody knows where the reference is, but who's Sarah's father? Let me see. Let's do this real quick. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Okay. Who was Sarah's father? We go to Google real quick. Okay, we'll knock it out real fast. Okay, so it says Terah, the ninth descendant of Noah, was the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Okay, and Sarah. Okay, so where do we get that from? This is what they're saying in the source here. Okay, let's see. So they're actually saying that she was his okay, so they're quoting Genesis 20 and 12. Let's see. Sarah, where we at? Sarah here. I'm having fun, y'all. So if anybody's tuning in, the lesson's over. This is extracurricular. I'm hanging out with some people that's got some comments and questions. So if you got to go to your Knesset, to your temple, or you just want to sign out, tune out, this is not for you. This is for those people that are hanging, right? So if you choose to hang around, hang around. Okay. I'm gonna hang in until everything is all said and done, as the saying goes. Okay, let's see. So we trying to see, okay, let's look in the Wikipedia real quick. Terah, the ninth descendant of Noah, his father was Abraham, Nahor, Haran, and Sarah. Haran was the father of Lot, who was Abraham's nephew. The family lived in Ur the Chaldees. Okay, where's the scriptural reference for that? Let me see. See, commentaries are dangerous because if Sarah was white, as the brother said, we would see some reference to a difference between her and Abraham, because Abraham was, according to the Jewish historical record, was the son of his father Terah and the Cushite wife. And the Cushite, was black, right? If you want to go with black and white. So if she was Abraham's sister from the same father, then she could be white. Unless you want to make Terah white, which is no such thing. But you see how they whitewash history, right? Africa was Northeast Africa before they invented the Suez Canal. Okay, it was one landmass. It was connected to Northeast Africa before they reshaped and renamed it and called it the Middle East. All right. Well, I have to pull out my receipts on that and show you when they called it the Middle East. You can Google that yourself. All right, now, so Abraham, let's see. So they're giving a reference to my father's sister. Let's see, hold on a second. Let's go back in here to the King James. Okay, my father's daughter. Okay. I don't know the reference. They're quoting my father's daughter. Let's see, here's a footnote here. It was 16. Genesis 20 and 12. Let's see what that is there. Genesis 20 and 12. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. She became my wife. Okay, so there you go. There it is right there. So he's saying she is the daughter of his father, but not the daughter of his mother. She became my wife. Okay, so that's the reference there. So going back to the brother's comment about Sarah being white, and did he provide any receipts for that? Let me see. Let me scroll down here real quick. Okay, Shroud, where'd he go? See that? There you go. See, he had no receipts. He just quoted something. Said the Dead Sea Scrolls said she was white. Okay, where's the receipts? You don't have it because you're making stuff up. All right, now let's go. Charles says Elizabeth's husband was from the tribe of Judah. He was Nigerian, like Moses and that. And both tribes used to marry each other because the oath made to King David was about the king would do what? Be born the Messiah. Isaiah spoke. Okay, so now, Charles, you make a lot of assumptions, man. You're making Ethiopians You're making tribe of Judah Nigeria. You making Moses Nigerian, and oh my goodness, brother, please keep coming back to this channel. Okay, why?
You're gonna learn today.
Okay, you got to drop some of that stuff that you learned from. I don't know where you learned that stuff from, but you got to drop that because that's wrong, way wrong. There's no facts for that at all. Okay, Edom is a nation. Edom is a nation. Okay, Big Lando. Where is the nation of Edom at then, in your estimation? Because people be throwing these little shots out here with no facts, no receipts. Where's Esau? Where's Edom's nation at today? Okay. Thomas Jefferson states in his second inaugural address that the founders of America are blood descendants of the Israelites. Okay. Shroud of Logos. No. Why is Bishop Nathaniel on your thumbnail? Hakalaya? Hakalaya? Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with that? Are you one of Bishop Nathaniel's spies? Who are you to tell me who I can have on my thumbnail? Inquiry minds want to know. What's it to you who will have on my thumbnail? Okay. Next question. Thanks you show sharing all of this with us today. Oh, sure. People tried to twist me up too. Yeah. You know, it's a fact. People, you got the trolls that come in, you know, you got the you know what? I don't want nobody defending me. I want you to defend y'all, right? Because if I'm teaching something that's false, handle that. Matter of fact, I'm open to come on your channel. If I teach something that you disagree with, and you want to have a debate or discussion with me on that teaching, invite me. Who is that? Hakalaya. Invite me on your forum. I'm not afraid, and I'm not too big to admit if I'm wrong. Right? But don't come here throwing shots at me because you angry because you see your leader on the thumbnail. You defending him more than you defend Yahshua. Man, the nerve of some people. Okay? Y'all don't have a problem when y'all put thumbnails of other people on y'all clips. Why y'all got a problem when somebody put a thumbnail? Matter of fact, let me put it back up for you since you're upset about it. Let me see. Let me put it back up. I had took it down. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me go over here. Let me make you some more. Let me make you some more matter. Let me make you more matter. Where's the thumbnail at? Where's the hold on a second? Good gravy. I can't even see it. Hold on a second. I gotta slide this over here so I can see my screen. Where's my glasses at? Hey, I'm gonna make this brother more matter. Right. Okay, where am I at here? Okay. Oh, that explains it. I'm not on the wrong one. I'm not on the right one, right? There you go. So I'm gonna make you more madder. Now get mad. Get mad. Right? You know, sound like you ready to fight me because I got him on the screen. You want to fight me because I got him on the screen. That's funny, right? Israelites are funny, right? Like y'all never put somebody else on y'all thumbnail before, right? silly rabbit. Okay. I think everybody's done. I don't see no more comments. I'm gonna wrap this baby up here. Anybody else got anything else to say? Come on, where you at? Shroud of Logos. Where's your receipts at? I'm gonna wait for your receipts to come forth. Because you making a whole lot of statements, right? I love your kind. I love people like you that you're probably a Trumpian too. You're probably a Trump fan. You want to make America great again? You want to make America great again? Come on. All right. So if nobody has nothing else to say, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this session up. Okay. You got people throwing little shots. I'm not moved by people's comments because comments means nothing. I could say, "Oh, I'm a millionaire." I don't mean I'm a millionaire because I said it. I'm worth $2 billion. Wishful thinking, right? I wish I was worth $2 billion. I wouldn't be on YouTube, that's for sure. So nobody else has nothing to say. Praise Yah. All right. So those of you that remain, the last few of you who, let me see, who remain here. Let me see. We got 16 people still on here, right? Okay. So the rest of the 16 people that's on here, the spies that are on here spying, right? Spy on. You know, I have no problem with you spying on me, right? Spy. Go back and run and tell, right? Run and tell. Yah's my protection. I have no fear. Matter of fact, I'll tell you where I live. You can come find me. Okay. Call me, 443-480-3168. I'd like to meet you. I'm not afraid. You wanna get angry because I put your leader on the thumbnail? I think you scaring me. I'm not afraid. Okay. All right. So for the record, and like I said earlier, I didn't disrespect him at all. I called him Bishop Nathaniel the whole time. You can go back and watch the whole lesson over. The whole time I shared what he shared on his channel, I use his title, Bishop Nathaniel, respectfully. Okay. So this lesson was not an attack on Bishop Nathaniel, if that's what you're thinking. You came here because you saw the thumbnail and you think I'm attacking him. As I can see, we still got 16 people viewing, right? Then you've missed the whole mark. It wasn't an attack on him. It was an attack on the doctrine that the camps continue to believe, that's keeping us in captivity. Because I'm going to share this with you, then I'm going to close. The reason why it's so vitally important to destroy that teaching is because of this here. Deuteronomy 30. All right. Move it over here. So if you want to tell Bear this. This is the reason for the teaching on the subject. Okay. And thumbnails, as most content creators know, are clickbait. Because people will see a thumbnail, they will clip. I do it all the time. I go by, you do it too, so don't be stupid. Go on YouTube and you see a thumbnail. I don't know what that's about. You click on it, right? It's clickbait. So you got a problem with clickbait, right? You probably you probably would have had a problem with the clip I did, right? Okay, let me do this real quick, right? I'm gonna do this real quick, make you really mad. Now you're gonna really get mad, right? Okay. Where's my clip? Where's my commercial? Right here. Okay, watch this, right?
Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so there you have it. So now I'm not rich like y'all. Y'all have thousands of followers. Y'all get offerings from people. I don't get offerings from people. Okay, very rarely do I get an offering on this channel. Okay, my channel is monetized. It might take me 3 months to get $100. Okay, so I'm not making money. Okay, so now, do I want to draw traffic to my channel? Yes, I do. So we use clickbait. Everybody does it. Okay, so you got a problem with that? Then I'm sorry. Okay, now, we use it in compliance with the YouTube community guidelines. People do it all the time. They put Donald Trump's picture up to get clips. You put Trump's picture up, right? And if you got a title that's catchy that goes to the algorithms, people going to click on that because they see Trump. Okay? So people do it all the time. YouTube allows it, right? Okay. So, and we did use it for teaching purposes, edification. Okay. Now, so the purpose, like I said, for the lesson is found in this passage right here. So let's go to Deuteronomy 30. Okay. It shall come to pass when all these things will come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, you shall call them to mind among all the nations. We're among all the nations, like it says, where Yah have driven thee, and shall return to Yah, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, you and your children with all your heart, with your soul. So what is saying? You shall do what? Shall return to Yah and shall obey his voice. Okay. So now, what is one of the things that is part of the covenant? Why we're doing this teaching, okay, is because if you want to make Esau be the white man, then you are not returning to the covenant. Because why? We're going to show you why. Okay. Now, you already know. Okay. This is why we're doing this teaching, because we're breaking the covenant with that doctrine. So Deuteronomy 23:7 says, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. Okay. For he is thy brother. So we're actually helping you by doing this, because we're showing you that if you want to hate somebody that's not an Edomite, if you want to hate somebody rightfully, you can hate somebody if you want to, but you can't hate the person that the Most High said don't hate, right? So in the doctrinal teaching that Esau is the white man, you break in Torah if you are utilizing Esau as the brother, somebody that you can hate. Okay, so that's why we did the series, because that doctrine keeps us in captivity, because we're still breaking the covenant. Okay, right now. So did I make myself clear? Did anybody have any questions about what I just said? Okay, or why we do what we do, or why we did what we did today? Okay, all right. So now, I already know, with 18 people still viewing, that I might be streaming on their channel. I appreciate that because you're attracting attention. Let me say this while I'm on the channel, okay? I'm gonna make. I know y'all gonna go off now when I say this. All you brothers and sisters that are part of the camp that teaches Esau is the white man, we've proved the doctrine is false, not true on many accounts, right? So I want you to be on the lookout for our book that we're going to produce that's going to be available in the stores soon to prove to you from the series we did that Esau is not the white man, right? And that Esau is our brother, and Esau, the people that you call Esau, just might be in your congregations, and they're permitted to be in congregations because the Most High said that the Edomite, let's go back to that verse because I didn't read that part there, right? It's okay to be Edomite. It's okay if you're Edomite. It's all right to be an Edomite. Being an Edomite is not a sin. If you are Edomite, that comes under the covenant. Because remember, in Maccabees, Israelites didn't kill the Edomites, right? They forced them to convert to the covenant. How about that? Give me a bell on that one. Right, explosion. The Israelites didn't kill them in Maccabees. They gave them, they say, either you convert to this covenant or you get out the land. Now, that would have been a good opportunity for them to say, you know what? Esau, them devils, let's kill them, right? Now, some Israelites did fight against Esau in history. We know that. That's a fact. But these Hebrews, these Israelites, during the times of, I think it was Hyrcanus, they didn't kill Esau. They brought them under the bonds of the covenant, right? Now, let's go back in here real quick. All y'all that's watching, tell your camps, your bishops, your generals, your priests, everybody else that is following that label, Israelite teachers, right? Tell them, teach this to your congregation so we can get out of captivity, right? Deuteronomy 23:7 says, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because you are a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them. Now, some of y'all might be an Egyptian. That's why you don't trust in the DNA. Some of y'all might be an Egyptian brother. Remember, Egypt came out of mixed multitude with Israel in chapter 12. We just covered that. So Esau intermingled with the Israelite nation on many accounts. So you just might be an Edomite too. You could be an Edom, because when you condemn, when you damn an Edomite, when you damn an Egyptian, you just might be damning yourself, because you just might be from that seed. So don't damn yourself. All right. So look, he says, Esau, you shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, because you was a stranger in his land. And the children that are begotten of them. Right? Let me read it again. I'm glad I got your attention now. You can't run now. Stream, please stream it on your channel. Please stream this part right here on your channel. Play it over and over again. As a matter of fact, I give you permission to make a short out of it. Make a short out of it. Right? Give me some hits, right? I'm giving you a permission. Give me some hits. Put it on your TikTok. Put it on there, right? And you can make fun of me all day long if you want to, but like my dad used to say, you might make fun of how I look, but you better not make fun of what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is the order of Yah. This is straight from the mouth of Yah to the nation of Israel. You can't violate Yah's Torah and be Yah's people. If you violate Yah's Torah, then you are wicked, just like the people you call Esau. Uh-oh. Now, let's do it. Okay. So, he said, the children that are begotten of them. Okay, let me help y'all that don't know how to read and comprehend. Who is the them? Who is the them he's talking about, right? The children that are begotten of them. Who's the them? The Edomite and the Egyptian. That's called reading and comprehension. So that means that the children of Edom and the children of the Mizraimite or Egyptian, he says, the children that are begotten of them, watch this now, shall, not might, not possibly, not could be, not should, but shall. All right, let me help you out, because some of y'all don't know how to rightly divide the word. You call yourself precept when you gonna go over here and go over there and go over here a little and there a little to make a doctrine to support your belief, instead of reading the application of the biblical text at face value. You want to make a cake out of ingredients. That's private, personal interpretation. Right? Now, we in overtime today, brothers and sisters. All right. So now, I bet you the views gonna drop down now, because I'm talking some talk that y'all can't dispute, right? The children of them that are begotten of them, right? Now, let me help you out here real quick. Let's go to Strong's numbers. I'm glad you asked the question, right? So let's go Strong's numbers, right? So let's look at this real closely. What he said. Now, we just back up for a little bit, right? Let's back up. You're gonna learn today.
You're gonna learn today.
I'm gonna teach you today, right? I'm glad you came and visited this channel and you want to stream it on your channel. Right? I'm glad you did. Appreciate you. That you helping to add my views on this channel. All right, now, since you are here, let's do it. All right, let's do it. Do it. How about that? All right, now, so oh my goodness. Let me see, where was I here? Okay, so, all right, abhor. Let's deal with abhor, right? Okay, since y'all got all this hatred for Esau, let's deal with the word from the Hebrew, right? So the word thou shalt not, so you got lo in the Hebrew, which means not, abhor. So let's look at this word abhor, right? Abhor means what? It says to loathe. That is to morally detest. Wait a minute. Where my Gino at? Wait a minute. What'd you say, Gino?
Wait a minute.
All right. I'm going to put Judge Judy in on you, too.
Just a second.
I'm going to put Judge Judy on you. Put Gino. Gino say what?
Wait a minute.
And Judge Judy say what?
Just a second.
Just a second. All right. Now, Torah specifically states that we are not to loathe. And just in case you don't know what loathe means, it says that is to morally detest. To morally detest. So we're not supposed to morally detest an Edomite. So I wonder, what does it mean to detest, right? So let's do this here real quick, right? Okay, since y'all like to go to references, right? We're gonna do this for you today. How about that? So let's go to the famous to my famous American heritage. Where's my American heritage link at? Oh, here we go, right here. Okay. Let's put in the word detest. So detest means to dislike intensively. Oh my goodness. Let me back that up again. Back it up. This side is okay. Somebody can't see. Somebody blind like a bat can't see what I just brought out. All right. Now, detest means to dislike intensely. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
What does it mean, intense? To dislike intensely. So let's look at this word intense, right? Okay. What does it mean to dislike intensely? Okay. What does intense mean? Intensely, right? Let's go. Search intense. All right, here we go. Intense. Possessing or displaying. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Possessing or displaying a distinctive feature to an extreme degree. You talking about, Willis? What do you mean? The feeling that you got in your heart is breaking Torah all day long, right? Because he says, thou shalt not intensely, morally, okay, so intense, possessing and displaying a distinct feature, extreme in degree, strength or size, involving or showing strain or extreme effort, right? So when you teach a series or a lesson that Esau is a white man, you're going extreme, brother. You're going extreme. Extreme, brother. All right. I thought that was Langley, Virginia coming for me. All right, now, so let's go back in here. All right. So extreme, right? I'm glad y'all came by to visit a brother. I need the hits on my channel. Praise y'all for you. Let me see. How many people still hanging around? Let's see. Let's see if y'all still hanging in there. Y'all still hanging in the cut? Let me see, because I got more. If y'all going to leave me, I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. Let me see how many people still here. I got, some of them dropped out. I got 13 now. Some of them dropped out. I'm getting too hot. It's getting hot in here. I got 12 now. People backing out. Come on. Where y'all going, man? Y'all want to spy on me? I'm here. I want you to learn. I want you to learn today.
You gonna learn today.
Right? Y'all spying on me, spying on a brother. Right? Hey, I like the tension. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me go to I'm streaming on 2 channels. So let's see where we at here. Hold on a second. Y'all hold on a second there, brothers. Let's see. Hold on a second. Just wait a second here. All right. I want to see how many people. Oh, I got 9 now. Got 9. They falling off 1 by 8 now. They falling off 1 by 1. They falling off. Don't fall off now, y'all. I'm getting wind up now. I'm about ready to give y'all some lessons y'all can take back to y'all camps. Right? 8 people still there. I'm disappointed because y'all leaving now. Y'all want to spy on a brother. You want to stream me from your channel. Keep streaming. You don't want your members to listen to what I got to say? You want to spy on me? Keep putting me on your channel. Huh? Wait a minute, hold on. I gotta prop this up because I don't have my stand for my thing. I want to see how many people still hanging in there, brother. Y'all making my day. All right. Y'all getting me hits on my channel. Praise y'all for your contribution. All right, now where was I at? Okay. I still got 9 people hanging in there. They ain't saying nothing. They ain't commenting nothing, but they still watching. I love it, man. Keep spying, brother. I love it. Keep spying. Now, since you want to hang around the 9 people, let's continue, right? Okay, now, so thou shalt not abhor, which means to loathe, right? So let's look at this word loathe, right? So let's go back to American Heritage. Let's look up this word loathe, Loathag. Bam, there we go. To dislike greatly. There you go. Now they said to loathe morally. So what does morally mean? Okay. Of concern with judgment or right or wrong of human action and character. Ooh, wait a minute, Gino.
Wait a minute.
So when you hate Esau, if you say he is a white man, right, you breaking Torah, because Torah says you're not supposed to abhor him or to loathe morally. And meaning one says of concern with judgment of right or wrong. So Esau gonna be judged. Esau gonna be destroyed, right? So when you say that and when you attribute that to the so-called white man, you break Torah, because you are loathing morally by what? Wanting to see the judgment of Esau, whoever you call him to be, right? When the Most High said no, right? So you're loathing the moral judgment of a people that you call your brother, because he is your brother. If he's Esau, he's a Hebrew, he's your brother, and you cannot loathe him, right? All right. So now you want to make him be the white man, and he's not. That's why we did the lesson to prove that that's not true. The nations, the Gentiles, are going to be judged. That's Judges chapter 3. So the people you call Esau are not Esau, but they're going to be judged. So that's where your frustration and anger is, because you want the oppressor to be judged, and they will be, but they're not Esau. Okay. Esau sold us into the hands of the Gentiles. Remember that. That's the difference. Okay. So now, you shall not abhor an Edomite. So if you're going to teach who the so-called white man is, let's call him for who he is. He's not Esau. Okay. He's Japheth. Okay. Now, Gog and Magog. Okay. Which is in prophecy. Okay. All right. Now, so you shall not loathe, you shall not abhor an Edomite, loathe, or morally detest. Shall not loathe, right, an Edomite, right, or for he is thy brother, right? He's an op. So in your estimation, every so-called white man is your brother. Brother. Well, Cab Malone is your brother if he's Esau. Somebody call Vocabulary. Tell him I'm talking about it right now. Brother? Vocabulary, you the brother if you an Edomite. You a Hebrew, descendant of Shem. I can't hate you. I take a step further. If the slave master is Esau, I can't hate him either, because he's my brother. That don't go well. The camps do it. That's why we doing this teaching, to show you that they are not Esau, brother. Vocab Malone is not Esau. Vocab, call the brother, 443-480-3166. You're not Esau. Okay? I don't know your ethnic origin, who your father's father. You could be one of us for all we know. I don't know your history. Right? I'm just saying. We kicking and swinging at stuff we don't know about. We mad because we look at their skin color. You got somebody that look like you just might be an Edomite that's out to get you. How do you know your leader of the camp is not an Edomite that's trying to keep you in bondage outside of the covenant, right? Let's go back in here now. All right. So still got 10 people hanging in there. Okay. Coach Visa just came in on the California time zone. This is overtime, right? Some brothers had some comments about the series we did, so we basically we answered some questions, and now I got some spies that's tuned in. They fading out now. I got 8 now. I got it dropped down to 8. They want to watch me. I'm gonna give them something to watch. All right, now where was I at? Okay, so you shall not abhor an Edomite because he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, right? Because you were a stranger in his land, right? So we were Gagers, right? Gayers in his land, right? But the children, right? Ben that are begotten, yalad, meaning their children, offspring. Now watch this now. This word, it says the children that are begotten, they are called yalad, right? They bear young, beget, and act as a midwife or show lineage, right? So the children that are begotten of them, right, shall enter, right? You got come into the kahal, okay? The kahal is the assembly, right? Kahal, to convocate. So, in other words, so that Edomite is permitted to congregate with the Israelite, the children of them shall come in the congregation. They can keep the feast day, they can come to the Shabbat, they can come to the gatherings, all of that, because why? Torah says that the children that are begotten of them, right, the sons and daughters, can come into the kahal, the congregation of Yah, right? Watch this now. He said, they shall come into the congregation, right, of Yah, right? I was supposed to be going somewhere today, but y'all love it. See, I got my gear. I was gonna go out and fellowship with a congregation I hadn't seen in a while, but y'all, I'm telling you, y'all got me. Y'all got me. All right. So they're gonna have to catch me the next Shabbat. I was looking forward to fellowship with them too. They could be like, brother, what happened to you? You said you was coming. Hey, duty call, right? All right, now where was that? Okay. So yeah. So it says that the children of that begotten of them shall, okay, go or to come in a wide application. So they're permitted to congregate to the congregation of Yah. Look at that. They're permitted to enter the congregation of Yah in their what? Third, the Shalishi, the third what? Third generation, right? So third generation is the word dor, which means what? A revolution of time or age, generation, and is dwelling. So the Egyptian, the Mizraimite, and the Edomite, he says the children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of Yah in their third generation. Now, how many generations have passed since this happened, since this word was pronounced? Got a whole lot. We got more than 3 generations to pass, so we got some Edomites in the mix. And if they're keeping the covenant of Yah and they're Edomite, guess what? They're permitted into the assembly, into the kahal of Yah. How about that? Are you still watching me? I see I got 8. I jumped up to 12 now. I got 12 people. Somebody invited some more people because this brother's still talking. He been online for how long? He been streaming for, good gravy, 5 hours. That's as long as I've been online on the Shabbat. 5 hours, good gravy. I'm making a record because you came in and you wanted to spy on me. I'm giving you something that you can take back to your camp. As a matter of fact, invite me to your camp. Just don't put no poison in my food when you invite me, because I know you want to kill me, right? Invite me, but don't kill me. Because if what you're saying is true, holds weight, and we prove it's not. But if by some chance I happen to miss it, and all of the white people Esau, I'm ready to be indoctrinated with truth. Right? Invite me to your camp and sit me down on the front row and school me from front to back with good sources. Because don't use the sources like modern Judaism. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Okay, since you said that, I actually have the book. Let me see. Let's do this for you, right? Let's go to modern Judaism. I'm gonna go to the link so you can see it. I'm gonna give you the link so you can download it and you can read it for yourself. Okay, now, let's see. Shall we do it, brothers and sisters? Yes, let's do it. Okay. So I'm going to show you how I do things here, so you got to step up your game, because you're going to teach something. You're going to have to be in my league now, because you can't be teaching falsehood by Esau being a white man. I'm in a whole nother league, right? Brother, you full of pride. Thank you. I'm glad you think so, right? It's called confidence. You call it pride. It's called confidence, because I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. Okay, so now, I'm going to show you. So when you want to research something, you go to your Google and you type in what? Archive.org. And then I got caps locks here. Then the book I'm going to read from is called Modern Judaism. Okay. All right. So you don't see that? Now, I'm showing y'all how to study, brothers. Y'all can send me a contribution now. I'm giving you a free lesson for free. Send me a contribution. All right. Now, y'all send money to Bishop Nathaniel. Send some money to your brother here. Don't forget about your brother over here with my little solo channel over here. All right. Okay. Now, so when you go here, right, you see all these links here, right? So let's just click the first one, right? Okay. Oh, it comes up. Look at that. How about that, right? Just that easy, right? Now, if you don't know, I'm teaching y'all how to research on your own. Don't y'all do this behind Bishop's back now. Y'all not supposed to do that. You go to your leader and let your leader teach you. You ain't supposed to go for yourself and research. You supposed to let your leader teach you. Don't do this on your own, right? I encourage you, don't do it on your own. You might get thrown out the camp. You want to be thrown out the camp? Follow this bald-headed, light-skinned Edomite brother. That's what y'all saying. He Esau. He must be Edomite. Yeah. No, I did my DNA, brother. I go way back to Ramses III. E1B1. E1B1B, I think it is. Yeah. Ramses III. Okay. On my paternal side. Okay. Think about it. I'm not afraid of DNA. I acknowledge I got about 8%. About 8%. 8% European. There's some Irish up in there somewhere. You probably got some in you too. Got some Edomite in you.
Wait a minute.
Look, you got some Edomite. If you want to call him Edom, you got some Edomite. You got some Irish in you. Guarantee you got some German in you. Guarantee you got some Portuguese, Spanish in you. Guarantee you got some. You might have some. I got like one. I think I had 2% Ashkenaz too popped up in there in my DNA. It said Ashkenaz. So maybe I am an Edomite. 8% Edomite, right? But I'm about 38%, something like that, Nigerian, and about 29% Ghanaian, and the rest of the Sierra, all of that, right? What they call it, sub-Saharan Africa. So much for me being an Edomite. I showed my DNA results one time on here. Okay, I ain't gonna do it today. But I'm not defending the so-called white man because I'm white. Just want to bring clarity to that. In case somebody puts the word out, that brother must be an Edomite. He defending the so-called white man. No, brother. Try something else. It's called, I'm teaching the nation of Israel to return and to obey the covenant that tells us not to hate the so-called white man. All right, now, if he's Esau. All right, now, I got 10 people. Two people dropped out again. It's all right. Keep spying because you're gonna learn today, right?
You're gonna learn today.
I can hang out until the sun go down today. Okay, now let me get back in here. Okay, so now I'm showing you how to research. Okay, so go to that link. Now this book comes up. Now, just in case you don't know how to find stuff, right? You can word search. See the little look here on the screen. See where my mouse is right here. This is the what do you call it? Magnifying glass or search tool, search icon. Click that. Bam. Now, I'm going to go to the infamous verse that's used. So we're going to type in founded, Founded, founded Rome. Right? Hit enter. Bam. Okay. So now look to the left. This is when you search, right? These are all the entries that had the word founded and Rome. Okay, so this one just had founded. Okay, so scroll down. 47, it's not there. Okay, so we're gonna go all the way down to where it is, right? So here it says founded Rome here. So let's go to this page here. This is 231, right? Okay. How about that, right? How about that? We found the page, right? Now, put my CNI glasses on so I can read this. All right. I don't want Bishop Nathaniel to holler at me for muffing over the words like he do them readers sometimes. Give me another reader. I get frustrated when I start with the words, right? Okay. See, y'all bear with me, right? All right. I might stumble. Okay, now. Okay, here's what they read. I'm going to read just the way they read. Right? That the descendants of Esau, the sworn enemies of the descendants of Jacob, even to the end of the world, were at first a small nation inhabiting Mount Seir and the adjacent country continuous to the land of Canaan. All right, wait a minute. Skip down, brother. Skip down to the next section there, brother. Okay, where it says their dominion. All right, go ahead, read. Their dominion towards the west spread their colonies far and wide, subjugated Italy, founded Rome, and the Roman Empire at length entirely overturned the Jewish state, which had been restored after the termination of the Babylonian captivity, the second temple being destroyed by Titus Vespasian. And that in the present day, professing the religion of Jesus of Nazareth, which they were the first of all nations to embrace. They hold the dominion over all Europe. Esau, detaining in captivity his brother Jacob, at least, now y'all say Jacob, we say Jacob. Jacob, at least as far as regards the tribe of Judah, till his Messiah, Ben Dawid, shall appear. See? He said Esau founded Rome. Now, you got to go back and watch this lesson we did because we showed you that Esau did not found Rome. So this writer that wrote in 1830, John Allen, he lived from 1771 to 1839. Let's see if we can pull him up. Let's get another tab. Let's go here. Google search does a real good job. So if you're searching and you're using Bing search, don't use Bing, right? Use Google. Google's more accurate, right, when you search some stuff. Okay, so now, what was I supposed to be pulling up here? You know what? Okay, John Allen. That's what it is. John Allen. I don't know if he was he a reverend? What was he? John Allen. Okay, John Allen, 1771. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Okay. So go into John Allen. Let's see. He was an author. So let's just put author. John Allen books. Okay. Let's do that and see if he comes up. Nope, this is another John Allen. Let's see, John Allen. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. It says 17. It says he was born. The book says he was born. Okay, 1771. John Allen. So let's do it like this. Put John Allen and then let's put 1771. 1771. Hit enter. Okay, here we go. Oh, came up. How about that? See? Right?
You're gonna learn today.
So I'm teaching y'all how to research, right? Okay. Now, so who was John Allen? Okay, so John Allen was who? Now, I've never done this before. So this is how I research, because whenever I read a person's book, I want to know if this person is biased or not, because what is their source of their thesis? Because everybody has, if the writer is biased, they're going to say things that people are going to embrace because it fits the narrative, right? I don't want to hear something that fits my narrative. I want truth. So if I research something, I'm going to look at the author to see, okay, who is this author? Is he a biased or unbiased person, right? What is he using as his statement of fact? Where is he getting his sources from, right? Do he have any references, or is he just talking in the air? Because people just talk in the air and write a book. And people embrace it as truth because they talk to the air, they wrote a book, they talk to the air. Okay, so it must be true because he said it. That's where you fall into a trap. Because somebody says something, don't make it true. I think Eliot Stone said that earlier. Because you say something, don't make it true. Right? Okay, now, so here, go back in here. So John Allen, it says February 1771. So is that the same one? 1771 to 1843. Let's go back to the book here. This had 1839. So somebody's date's wrong. He says 1771 to 1839. And this reference says 1843. So so what is it? How many years is that? 4 years difference. So what was he doing for them 4 years? I don't know. So people that didn't do their homework, but this says he died 1843. Okay, so let's click on the link here. It says John Allen was born 1771, died April 1843. Was the 18th and 19th century political and historical writer and a master of college of, he says here, master of the College of God's Gift in Dulwich. Wow, how about that? Let me look at that. He was master of the College of God's Gift in Dulwich, then colloquially called Dulwich College. Ooh, that's a creepy sounding name of a school. Dulwich. The Witch? Is that how you say it? The Witch? The Witch College? Wait a minute. He went to the witch college. Oh my goodness. Wow. How about that? So now that's the interesting thing about references, because a lot of these people went to the same schools, right? They're theologians that went to the school of theology, right? So a lot of them pull from the same resource. I can guarantee you he pulled from some rabbinical sources in his statements. I can bet you $1,000. Right? You want to bet me? I haven't even researched, but I can bet you $1,000 that he probably pulled from some rabbinical sources to make a statement like that. If that was in fact his statement, or if it was a quote. I didn't even look at to see whether it was a quote or not, whether it was his factual statement or whether he's quoting somebody else. Because sometimes you got to look at it. Sometimes when a person writes a book, they're quoting somebody else. That doesn't make it factual because they quoted somebody else, unless it has some substance to it. Okay, that's how I do things here. I don't just take what somebody said because it's in a book. That's why I'm taking a long time finishing my book, because I don't want to just write a book and say stuff without having it fully searched out and compare notes with all of the scholars to see what they all said. And then now I'm going to present. I could have finished this book 10 years ago. I've been working on this book as long as I've been in this truth almost. So I don't want to just finish a book just because say I finished the book, because the book could be totally wrong. And plus it got people like Vocab Malone is waiting for the book so he can do his little magic on my book, right? I don't want to get on Vocab's bad side. I want to stay on Vocab's good side. I don't want to be known as being somebody who's not accurate. His brother, you can't trust nothing he say because he cites stuff and where's his reference, right? So thank you, Vocab. Right? Why he brown nose Vocab? No, I know Vocab's probably looking. Right? All right. Hey, Vocab, invite me on your channel. You know, I'm one of the most user-friendly Hebrews you'll ever meet. Because if you write about something, I'm gonna agree with you. Okay? I know a whole lot about Christian dogma. I'm a son of a pastor. All right, let me get back in. I got 12 people hanging out with me. Okay, all right, let me see. Where was I at here? Wait.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
All right, now where was I? John Allen. Okay, John Allen. Let's go back in here. Okay, so John Allen. Where's my CNI glasses at? See, y'all. I say that right. I had a congregant. She was from the hood. You know, she wasn't that educated. And I used to wear these flashy glasses, right? And she said, Pastor, I like your CNI glasses. I said, what? Would you call them CNI glasses? And that's been almost 30 years ago. Has it been 30? I'm 60 now. Let me see. Yeah, good gravy. It's been that long. How about that? 30 years ago, I was pastor. Imagine that, right? Me pastoring the congregations. Imagine that, right? Okay, now, so yeah, that's why I say CNI glasses, because I always remember what she says. So okay, now let me see. So John Allen was an 18th and 19th century political historical writer and a master of college. Okay, so we read that part there. Okay, more than one street in Kensington, London, is named after him. How about that? So he has a street named after him, huh? Maybe Allen's Lane, maybe. John Allen was born at Redford in a parish of Colton near Edinburgh. His father, his father was named James Allen, was the owner of a small estate of Redford and was a writer of a signet when his father became bankrupt. His mother family and his stepfather ensured that he had a good education. In time, He was an apprentice to an Edinburgh surgeon by the name of Arnott. While there, his companion in instruction was Professor Thompson. They have a link here. Oh, it says page does not exist. Who would be a lifelong friend. Okay. Early career, let's see. In 1791, he became a medical doctor at the University of Edinburgh. Okay. University of Edinburgh is a public research university based in Edinburgh, Scotland. So he's from Scotland, or he might be Scottish. Okay, all right. We can't confirm just yet. So he could be. Okay. Founded by the town council under the authority of Roman Royal Charter of King James the Sixth in 1582 and officially opened in 1583. It is one of Scotland's 4 ancient universities and the 6th oldest. So that's where he went to school. So that's where his schooling came from Edinburgh University. Now, the way I research, I would click this Edinburgh University, right? Where my mouse go? This mouse has got the devil in it. Come out of my mouse, you devil. All right. Where my mouse go? It just disappeared away. Hold on. Y'all see how the enemy plays with me? Okay. I don't know why my mouse just all of a sudden just stopped working. It disappeared. Look at that. Okay, here it is. Okay, now, normally I would go, I found it back. Let's see. Normally I would go and click on this here, open it in a new tab. Okay, this is how I research, right? I want to know a little something. So, University of Edinburgh, right, it says Scottish Gaelic, maybe Galatians, maybe? Okay. 3 main global universities ranking. Okay. Okay, see anything. Let me see if anything jumps out at me. Edinburgh is the 8th largest university in the UK by enrollment and receives over 66,000 undergraduate applications per year, making it the 5th most popular university in the UK by application volume. In 2021, Edinburgh had the 7th highest average UCAS points. Okay. It says the university maintains strong links to the royal family. With Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, serving as the chancellor from 1953 to 2010, and Princess Royal holding the position since March 2011. So interesting, right? That the university maintains strong links to the royal family. That's interesting. That's interesting. So this is the school that he went to. Now let's go back to because I could take that and run with that and go to places beyond, right? Okay, so we don't have time because I already been on here for 5 hours, going on what? 5.5 hours. I'm in overkill right now. All right, so let's go back here because I want to see who this Allen guy is. Okay, so now, so he went to Edinburgh University, right? He was known for his promotion of the cause of political reform in Scotland and had a deep knowledge of constitutional history. This led to him being one of the few to whom the plan of Edinburgh Review was communicated. Let me see something. So let's see. Who was his father? His father was was James Allen. So he was from, more than likely, he was an Edomite, right? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You see how stuff get, somebody will probably take the clip. See, he said he was an Edomite. Because I believe it's all going to with Esau. Watch this. He's an Edomite. No, I'm being facetious, right? Okay, so let's see. So he was from London, which means that he was one of the Anglo-Saxons. I wonder, more than likely, he was an Anglo-Saxon, which comes from the Germanic tribes. Okay, I'm just thinking in my head. All right, let's go down here. All right, so he became a medical doctor, right? And let's see, he was known for his promotion, cause of political reform in Scotland. We read that part. Okay, trips abroad. In 1801, became known for Lord Holland required the service of a clever young Scotch medical man to accompany him in Spain. It's so interesting, right? So, just saying he was a Scottish medical man. It became known that Lord Holland required the services of a clever young Scottish medical man to accompany him in Spain. Allen was recommended. So they're saying, oh, he's Scottish. Oh, okay. So, wait a minute, hold on. Is he a relative of Mary Queen of Scots? It's they come from he went to the school that was founded by the royal family. The Scots is part of the royal family, right? So, interesting, right? Okay, we don't know. Let's see. Let's continue. All right. Let's see where we at here. Okay, he became known to Laura Holland required him the clever Scottish man. Allen was recommended. John Allen took up the position and accompanied Holland's family remained there until 1805. When he returned, he spent much of his time at Holland House in Kensington. For a brief time, 1806, he held official position as Undersecretary for the Commissioners for Treating with America, right? 1808, he again accompanied Lord Holland to Spain. That's 1808, and made a study of history and social characteristics of Spanish people. Okay, so he studied the Spanish people. Okay, all right. His work towards a volume illustrated different causes that had checked. Spain's progress was never finished. However, in 1810, 2 articles were published in the Edinburgh Review on Spanish America. Okay, so he knows a little something about the Spanish people. That's interesting that he knows something. So I wonder if I'm gonna look and see if he got any other writings and see what he knows, what he has to say about Spanish people. Okay, let's continue. Allen became one of the family was in all confidence and indispensable to both Lord of Lady Holland. Following Allen's death, his associate in the Holland House sat Charles Greville. Okay, so he sat with the Spanish people. So I wonder. So okay, I want to jump to conclusions there. So some kind of, if he went to Spain, so he must have had he had some connection with the Sephardic. Okay, let's see. It's a bunch of stuff here. Holland treated him with uniform consideration, affection, and amenity. Lady Holland worried bully. Okay, whatever that is there. Let's see. Let's skip past that. I don't see there's something Christ here. He told me he could not get over the total silence of Josephus as to the existence of the history of Christ. Allen learned, and still more, his general information was prodigious. And as he lived amongst the books, kind of like me, the stock was continually increasing. He was the oracle of Holland, okay, house and all literate subjects, and in every discussion, some reference was sure to be made to Allen for information. Upon him, he never was at fault. He was not accustomed to taking much part in general conversation, but was always ready to converse with anybody who sought him. Kind of sounded like me a little bit. And when warmed up, would often argue away with great vigor. And man, he sounded like me. That might be my paternal grandfather. I might be Edomite after all. See, we got the same character. That's how they teach. See, that same character, right? Only he had that same character. That's his grandfather. He's from Esau. See, I told you. That's how they teach, man. You can't teach like that. You can't make assumptions. That's called philosophy, right? Okay, that's where this whole Esau the white man is a philosophy. It's not, doesn't hold no weight. Okay, I'm trying to get to the bottom of who this guy is. Okay, so he spent much time helping Holland find materials and speeches for the House of Lords. Okay, ooh. The House of Lords is upper house parliament of United Kingdom, and the lower house of Commons, it meets the palace of Westminster in London, England, one of the oldest institutions in the world. Its origins lie in the early 11th century and the emergences of whatever it is. Emergences of something that's. I'm going to click the link though. Okay. He sat at dinner table and carved. He was known to join the family at dinner parties. So associated was he with the house that he and his own large room on the ground floor known as Allen's Room. During his time at Holland House, he came to contact with many of the most prominent citizens in London at the time. Byron referred to him as the best informed and one of the ablest men that he knew. Others such as Macaulay and Lord Brougham and Charles Greville are laudatory of him. Okay. So let's see. All right, so you got all this here. College gifts. Okay, he got a master's degree. He influenced the Lord of Holland. He was elected warden of College of God's Gift. How about that? Then he mastered and established in death. He mastered of the establishment until his death, 1843. He's not considered one of the great masters of college, as he spent little time there and did little to further his aims of his founder, Edward Allen. However, he did leave his Spanish and Italian books to the school. Okay, let's see. All right. Apart from Master's College, he was auditory of Duchy Lancaster. 1841 death. He died on 1843 South Street residence. Okay, so now, so we don't actually see a connection to the rabbinic. Okay. So we know a little something about him. Now let's go back to the book. Okay, so what I want to do is, because this is where we mostly we start reading here. So if we go up to this paragraph right here, okay, let's see. Hold on a second. Just a second. Right?
Just a second.
Okay, let's see. First, where's first? Okay. Before you get to first, we want to go up. Let me see what's over here. In order that my frequent conversations, wherefore he was carried away in the powerful wind, and he has no need of meat, drink, or any other spiritual. Okay, so they go. Seem like they changed the subject right here to Esau. Why did they go from here to Esau? What are they talking about in this section here? Elijah. Elijah the prophet is supposed by the Jews to have been, at the time of translation, nearly 600 years old. In the concluding services for the Sabbath, one of the prayer books has a poem which commences with the following passages. O may Elijah. So they're talking about Elijah. Then they go here talking about, so why did they go from Elijah? Okay. Why did they go from Elijah to Esau? That's interesting, right? What's the connection there? It's got some stuff he particularly supposed to be present at the performance of circumcision. Wherefore he was carried away in the powerful wind with a chariot and horses of fire. This is moisture might he melt and dried away. Thus he became light and swift to appear, and he has no need of meat. Okay, so I don't see the connection. So reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to see the connection between why would they go from Elijah to Esau. Okay, so let's go to Esau, to this paragraph here. It says, Esau's descendants are the subject of extensive traditions in which the rabbis, wait a minute. So we got a connection, right? We got a connection. Okay. So that's the buzzword, rabbi or rabbi. If you know, all of these people that label Esau as the so-called white man, and I didn't cover this one here. I missed this one here in the lesson. Oh my! But so this is I might have to cut this piece out here. Okay. All these people that teach that Esau was wrong, they got that from the rabbinical traditions. Okay, so now we see it here coming out because we read that part there. Esau's descendants are the subject of extensive traditions in which the rabbis, so he's actually quoting this from another source, right? I think we read this earlier. With an effort, with an effrontery at which we should wonder, and any other men have set at defiance all authentic history and accurate chronology. So let's back it up. Let's unpack that. So when we're going to use a source as proof text that Esau is a so-called white man, we need to find out first a little something about the writer. We found out that he studies theology. So we know so we already know he's a Christian, so he don't believe Esau is a white man. So he's basically rehashing what the schools of thought is teaching about Esau. All right. Now, let's see, Delphine. Okay. Delphine Pierce. Let me ask you a question. You asked me a question. He says, why does, that's your best English, right? Why does, well, I don't mean to make fun of you, but you don't come in here and throw a shot. So I know I don't know if you're still hanging around or not, but why does, he said, let me put it on the screen. Y'all got to see this here because y'all ain't gonna believe this. Delphine Pierce. That's his name, right? Put him on the screen. Let's put him on blast. All right. He says, why does people like this have to get clout off of someone that is teaching people to change their lives? Okay. All right. So why does? Okay. So to answer your question, if you're still around, are you still there, Delphine? Are you still there with your English grammar issue? Please proof check your text when you respond to me because I'm going to chop you up. Okay. All right. I know we all make mistakes and we all type wrong, but don't come at me if your English grammar is off. Okay. I'm just saying. So are you still here, Delphine Pierce? Because I will address your question. Okay. If you're not here, probably a little troll that just passed through, saw Bishop Nathaniel's picture on there. He had a problem with seeing the thumbnail like the other brother did. It went away. You little coward. I ain't gonna say what I was thinking to call you. It's the Shabbat. I'm trying to be good. I was gonna call you CS. You do the math. Because that's what you are, a chicken. You're gonna throw a shot and run. Don't come at me. You're gonna throw a shot and you're gonna keep running. Because I like trolls. I will address you publicly. Call your name out. Silly rabbit. Can't you learn how to speak English first before you come in here throwing shots at me. Right? Silly rabbit. Now, where was I at before this clown interrupted me? Right. That's clowning right there. You're gonna come at me and you can't speak English and then you're gonna throw a shot and keep running. That's clowning. He's a clown. Charlie Brown, he's a clown. All right, now where was I at? See, this brother interrupted me. Let me get back to where I was. Okay, so where was I at? I was let's see, where was I was in reading the modern modern. So here's the thing, right? Okay, now apparently, obviously, this brother don't know. Okay, now why? See, people come in and don't listen, right? They have a listening deficiency. They see a thumbnail or they see a title and they just throw a shot and keep running, right? That's what you call capital CS, right? That's capital CS right there, big time. All right, now let's get back in. So Esau descendants are the subject of extensive traditions. So where did we see that at before? Then we read that in the other writer, Dr. William Smith's dictionary. He said the same thing, right? So here, this writer, John Allen, he probably was a reverend Christian, so he definitely didn't believe this doctrine that Esau was Rome. Okay, but let's continue. Okay. He says, Esau's descendants are a subject of extensive traditions in which the rabbis, no, I'm kidding. Y'all know comedy is my other occupation. I like comedy. Okay, all right. So don't get offended when I say things and throw a shot at you to get a laugh. That's just who I am, right? I don't mean no harm by it. I don't mean to call you a double brain, idiocentric baboons. Like Arsenio called Samuel Jackson and Conan America. He says, "Freeze, you disease rhinoceros baboon, you." He called him a name. Didn't even use a profanity. Okay, let me get back. All right, now. So that's why when you're reading these references, you got to read it in context, because you can shoot out and start there. So let's go back in here. All right, now I'm gonna wrap it up after this, unless somebody else comes in with some more. Okay, we still got 10 people tuned in, just streaming us. So I'm teaching the camps right now, so I know they stream me on their channels, and somebody's watching me. Somebody's probably waiting for the stream to end so they can download, so they can chop it up and talk about it in the camps. Please talk about it. And you don't have to just talk about it. Be about it. No, I'm kidding. Invite me. I want you to invite me to your camps. Invite me to one of your camps as a guest, as a distinguished guest. I would love to be a distinguished guest in your camp. Please invite me. My number is 443-480-3166. Please invite me. I'll come. Okay? And I won't bring my weapons. I won't bring my weapons, bro. I'll come unarmed. I won't come armed and dangerous if you invite me. Now, don't try no tricks, because I'll push a button when I'm there and things will happen. So your trick might backfire. I'll push a button. An earthquake will come and swallow you up. You've been swallowed up. All right, let me get back to wrap this thing up. Okay. See how this brother distracted me? Delphon distracted me. See? I'm trying to be nice. Okay, now let's get back in here so I can finish this up. Okay, now. So Esau's descendants are the subject of extensive traditions in which the rabbis, with an effrontery, how about that word, effrontery, at which we should wonder in any other men, have set at defiance. So he's talking about the rabbis, right? The rabbis did what? That he said they have a let's look up this word here, effrontery. Oh, that's a big word there, boy. That's a big word, boy. Let's look at that. Let's close all these other links down here. Let's see. Let's go back to American Heritage. What does that word mean? Effrontery. It doesn't come up. Did they spell it wrong? Let's see. Hold on a second. Google will correct it. That's what I like about Google. Google will correct it. Effrontery. Okay. This is insolent or impertinent behavior. Ooh, he threw a shot at him. He threw a shot at him. Insolent. What does insolent mean? Okay. Showing a rude or arrogant lack of respect. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good.
You in danger, girl.
That's not good. Ooh, he threw a shot at him. He's anti-Semitic. He threw a shot at him, y'all. Did y'all see that? This author, he said they are infantry. He called them arrogant. Ooh. Right? He said they were arrogant and rude and have lack of respect. That's what he said about the rabbis. They're arrogant and rude and have lack of respect. So now that we know what that means, now we see where he's coming from, right? So he said that the rabbis with a rude, arrogant, and lack of respect at which we should wonder in any other men. Oh, he's attacking them, y'all. Have set at defiance all authentic history and accurate chronology. So they have set at defiance. Okay. All right. Let's look up defiance. Okay. See, y'all, I like to break stuff down because when I'm reading something, I want to know what I'm reading because words just jump off the page at me. And I want to know what this author's saying because this author is going to say something, right? So from what we can see so far, this author doesn't believe what he's about to say, whether it was his quote or somebody else, right? So defiant, it says a bold resistance, right? A bold resistance against an opposing force or authority, right? So what is he saying? I'm unpacking this, brothers and sisters, for y'all. So what he's saying is this writer, John Allen, says that the rabbis are arrogant and rude, and he says that we should wonder in any other men have set at defiance all authentic history and accurate chronology. So otherwise he's saying that what he's about to say next to this, he doesn't believe. That they have their own authentic history and they have their own accurate chronology. In other words, what he's saying is that these rabbis have made their own chronology based off of their own belief. And it's rude, he's saying. Okay. Now let me get that. Let's continue. He says, these representations, right? The fallacy of which will be too obvious. So he's saying it's a fallacy. He's saying it's a fallacy, brother. Okay, wait a minute. So looks like to me he's about to quote, okay, these representations, the fallacy of which will be too obvious to require being pointed out, may be briefly compromised under the following heads. Okay. So in other words, what is he saying? So John Allen is not in agreement with the statement he's about to quote. So where did he get it from, brother? Where did he get Esau of Rome from? He's quoting from the rabbis that he calls arrogant. So this statement that we're about to read didn't originate from him. It originated from the rabbis, just like the other sources did. We proved to you, right? All right, now let's continue, right? So he said, this is the fallacy, right? We're going to break these down for you. These representations, the fallacy, you know what a fallacy is, of which is to be too obvious to require being pointed out. So he's saying it's obvious that it's a fallacy. What I'm about to read, what they are saying is it's too obvious to require being pointed out. He said, may be briefly comprised under the following heads. Now here he goes. That's when he says this here. First, this is what the fallacy is. This is what the obvious error in the chronology of history is. That Esau, the sworn enemies of descendants of Jacob, even to the end of the world, were at first a small nation inhabiting Mount Seir. So what is he saying? He is in total opposition and disagreement to this historical chronology that came to us via the rabbis or rabbis, right? So you can't use the source to say this is proof that Esau is the so-called white man, because he's telling you that this was from the rabbis. We showed you already earlier in the lesson that it came, the Jewish encyclopedia confirmed that the rabbis were the ones that originated, that Rome was Christians and Rome was Esau and the Christians was Esau. So he's confirming the same thing that the other writers did, right? So now when you read that, you comprehend now what he's saying. He's not saying that he agrees with that. He's saying he actually disagrees. He said chronology doesn't match up. The math is not mathing, right? The chronology is not chroning. Using Taraji's phraseology. Okay, now. First, so this is what he disagrees. First, so you got first. So if you got first, you must have a second somewhere, right? So now, okay, where's the second at? So we already read this part here, right? So that's the bullet point. That's the proof text that they use. So that's the first, right? And here's the second right here. Secondly, that the prophecies of the prophets against Esau, Edom, Seir, and the cities of Edom, right, especially those of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Obadiah, have not yet been received their full accomplishment, for that through the house of Esau was experienced some particular judgments of the Most High Yah on account of the injuries at different periods in time inflicted upon Israel, yet the final vengeance on account of the last great injuries, destruction of the second temple by Titus, and the transportation of the Jews into captivity, in which they are still most opprobriously detained, is yet impending over it to be executed in the time of the Messiah. That this is foretold by the prophets in all their denunciations of the severest plagues against the house of Esau, the cities of Edom and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome and to Christians, right? So where do we see that at, right? And we saw that in the Jewish encyclopedia, and that the fate of Christians at that time will be far more dreadful than that of the Mohammedans. Now he quotes the same person, Abar Benel. Did we talk about him earlier? Huh? That's the rabbi. So he's quoting the same thing that the other writers are quoting from. They're quoting from the rabbinic Talmudists that Esau's Rome. That's where that whole thing came from. It didn't come from any genealogical or any proper chronology that connects them to Esau, brother. Now look. So look, he quotes, that's why, see, you get mad as hell because I got Bishop Nathaniel's picture on the thumbnail on the picture, because you mad because I'm chopping up this false doctrine of Esau being the so-called white man. You mad as hell, right? When you should be mad as hell at the doctrine. You mad at me because I'm exposing this false doctrine. You mad because your bishop picture's on the thumbnail. Silly rabbit. Don't play with me. Okay. So, no, Israel, Jews, there are records part of Edom tribe is creation of Rome. No, it's not. You got to go back and watch this whole series all over again, Israelite Jews. We didn't put this lesson that's now, what? 6 hours long we've been streaming. 2 hours ago, we already nailed that false doctrine, right? Okay. Esau's not Rome. We proved it. We proved it by the sources that your camp leaders cite to show you where it came from. Just like we're showing you this primary source called modern Judaism that's quoted. He's quoting from the rabbi. Look at it again, sister. Or is that a sister or a brother? Who is that, a brother or a sister? Look at the source, brother, sister. Modern Judaism, that's the source that you camps use. Look what he says right here, right? He says, right here, he says, the cities of Edom and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome, and the Christians. So, where did that come from? You got to go back and watch the lesson, right? And if you're too lazy to watch the whole lesson, you don't have time in your schedule to write the whole lesson, then I was getting ready to say something, boy. Y'all about to rub me the wrong way on the Shabbat. I was about to tell you to take your your hindquarters to Amazon when I finish my book, and you can buy the book and learn something.
You're going to learn today.
Y'all want to follow this dumb, damnable doctrine that's false, that has its origin in rabbinical Judaism. When I present facts, you get mad as hell because you see a thumbnail of Bishop Nathaniel on the screen. Silly rabbit. All right, now, let me see. Let me get back. See, y'all got me upset. I ain't supposed to be upset on the Shabbat. And I'm not upset, though, but... Y'all playing with the wrong person, I'm telling you. You're playing with the wrong person. Okay, now. So I know y'all streaming. Y'all, I hope, prayerfully, y'all still streaming. I'm just chopping up, chewing up, and I'm destroying that doctrine. Oh, in overtime. And every source you bring me, bring it on. I can prove, just like the book that y'all quote from, who was Esau Edom? He falsely quoted one of the writers. I covered that last week. He falsely quoted one of the writers. The writer didn't say Esau was wrong. That came from the rabbis. Okay, now, so back in, because you got me all worked up. All right, now. I'm not mad, sister. Somebody said, brother, why are you being angry? I'm not, sister. I'm not angry. I'm not. I'm actually having fun. And this is my personality. That's why I laugh. See, I'm gonna tell you why I laugh. Years ago, when I first had my first channel, and I used to just snap, I would break the monotony by breaking a laugh, because sometimes some things I do say can be sharp, right? I get that, so that's why I laugh, because if I don't laugh, it will make you mad as hell. It will make you mad as hell. That's what I'm saying. That's when I attack this false doctrine, Esau with the white man. Let me get back, because somebody is distracting me. Let me get back so I can finish this up, so I can close this stream down, and I can rest the rest of the Shabbat and watch somebody else. Okay. Whew. Let me see where I'm at. Okay. All right. So now, so he says, which let me back up here. He says, in all their denunciations of the severest plagues against the house of Esau, the cities of Edom and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome and the Christians. So that's what he said. And that the fate of Christians at the time will be far more dreadful than that of the Mohammedans. And here's the rabbi, Abarbanel, particularly says, now he quotes him, the slaughter of Turks in the future battle will not be so great as that of Christians. For many of the Turks will escape, according to Isaiah. Oh, he got his own interpretation now. The Turks are escaping. But of Christians, he said, Obadiah says, there shall not be any remaining in the house of Esau. See that? Now, let me hit the explosion on that one there, because that deserves an explosion. So what I'm trying to present to you is, why is it that when Bishop Nathaniel and all these other camps use these references, they don't read this stuff here in the same source? They're telling you that this is a rabbinical teaching, that Esau is not just simply Rome, but Esau is all Christians. So if you say you a Hebrew Christian, then you are Edomite according to the rabbis. Do you believe that? So why would you co-sign for Esau, for them, or they're telling the truth, Esau was wrong? Why would you co-sign for that if they're connecting Rome with Christianity and saying Esau is all Christians? That's the source of the doctrine. But you teach it in your camp as a factual doctrine that is truth when it's not. It's falsehood, it's misleading, it's deception, and it's keeping us in disobedience to the covenant of Yah, because we're making a people that are not from the seed of Shem, from Shem, and we're hating them, going against what Torah says, right? We're hating them, brothers. We're prolonging the captivity, right? Okay. So go on and be mad at me because you see your bishop on the thumbnail. Okay? I'm on the thumbnail too. Why ain't you mad because my picture's on there? How about explosion for that? I ain't hear nobody say, why is your picture on the thumbnail? No, why is Bishop? Like y'all never use somebody else's picture on the thumbnail for the 100th time. Don't play with me. Okay. Now, so the brother throws a shot and he runs out. Come back. Okay. So I'm not going to continue to hang out because I'm done. We done destroyed that doctrine that Esau is a white man from every angle possible, using that's what the theme of this was. Proof that Esau's not the so-called white man from their sources. We use their sources to prove that Esau is not the white man. We use their sources. We showed you the origin of the sources. We showed you the origin of the doctrine that Esau is Rome, that came from the rabbinical schools of thought, the philosophers. All these rabbis were philosophers, right? They operated in astrology and philosophy, and they incorporated their philosophy with their commentaries. And it was taught in the schools of theology as proof texts. And that's what the guys were saying in the books. As crazy as it sounds, this is what they teach, right? We read it from another source where he said, how is it that they come all the way from there, from in Europe to Israel? How is it be that they come from Europe to Israel and that these are the same people that was there millennium ago? These writers, these sources that y'all using are basically making a fool out of you. And you're teaching it as truth, and they're making fun of you. That's why they let your channels blow up, because you keeping the Israelites in captivity with falsehood, right? Now, I'm done. So, let them come. Let them throw their rocks, because you know what? I don't care. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the camps. That's why I'm on here this long. They're not gonna come in here though. You got some new breeds coming. They bring the new breeds in, because them teachers, they know they teaching false. They know it. They tell you not to watch. They know that doctrine is false, brother, sister. They know that doctrine. That's why they don't want you to watch channels like this, because we put that doctrine in the trash can where it belongs. Put it in the can, brother. We lock this sucker up, right? We put it in the garbage can where it belongs. We chop it up, right? We seal the deal. Destroyed. Esau, the so-called white man, has officially been destroyed. Right? Now I'm gonna make you mad. I'm gonna take you out with this here. We're gonna make you mad as hell again, right? We're gonna take you out with this one here. All right? For my little ad. Since I'm getting hits on the channel, let's do it.
Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen,